him on a gaming whim, but this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Good morning, Krusty Crew. Good morning, everybody. Hey. Feeling any better? No, not really, but whatever. We are here. Hello, welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. My name is Jovan Bradley. I'm a leftist. I'm here to chill and chat and talk and do all that good stuff. I hope you had a good day yesterday. I wasn't feeling great, so I went to bed. But I'm awake now, still very exhausted. My body is very weak, but whatever. We're here to look at the government and look at politics and be like, shit, MAGA kind of stupid. So if you want to join me and saying MAGA, you kind of stupid, welcome in. Hi, hello, how are you? Few things that we got to get through our housekeeping. I forgot the word for housekeeping. First of all, my thing changed, so I got to change it back. What did I say it was before? Yesterday? Right? There's no reason to still be MAGA. There's no reason to believe in Christianity. I want to change this. What was it? What did I have it as yesterday? Ooh, okay. I think I've got a pretty sick... I think this works as the board, right? Okay. This look good, chat? So here's what we got on the board today. There's no reason to still be MAGA. There's no reason to believe in Christianity. There's no reason to still support Donald Trump. Trans men and women are men and women. There are no good reasons to want abortions illegal. I think that's good. We're here today to tell MAGA to nut up or shut up, bro. Stop being pussies. Sorry. I know some of you don't like when I use that word, but like, it's a fun word. There's no reason for MAGA to not want to debate unless they're scared. Shout out to Ferocity, King Puff, and Ash Ray 84 for being the first people into the Twitch chat today. Shout out to Chipelter for resubscribing with your Amazon Prime. You've been subscribed for 12 months, so happy 1 year subscribe anniversary. Shout out to Silly Joss for resubscribing for 3 months at tier 1. They've been here for 3 months. Thank you for being here for 3 months, Silly Joss. Shout out to Kelsey on Fire for resubscribing with their Amazon Prime for 5 months. Thank you for being here for 5 months, Kelsey on Fire. And Silly Joe's, thank you for giving out 3 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We are doing a holiday toy drive still. I've gotten so many fucking toys, dude. Giving out these toys is gonna be crazy. But my call, if you are gonna do some toy drive donations, Pillow is putting the links in chat. Please look and trying to get some toys for like older kids and the teens. We still need stuff for that. So am I feeling better? No, not really. But I'm faking it until I'm making it. Faking it until I'm making it. If you do want to support the show, guys, there's a couple ways to do that. First and foremost, you can send a super chat. Super chats are a great way to support the show. And I read all super chats on YouTube at the end of stream. So if there's anything you want to say specifically, and you want me to read it, send that super chat and I will read it at the end of show. Also, if you sub or gift subs or become a member on YouTube, I also read all of those. I saw that. Yeah. Got it. So you can do that as well. If you want to support the us being able to do this show as a call-in show, Cash App and Venmo is the best way to do that. All the tips that I receive on Cash App and Venmo dump right back into the call-in system that we use, so we can take calls, and we can take multiple calls a show. Speaking of which, let me connect.
You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
So shout out to anybody that tips in order for us to keep the call-in lines going. Tried to buy the girl bike, but I said I can't. Yeah, so if you ever run into that, tell me what it is so I can go and take it off. I guess the bigger stuff you can't do that with. Yeah, I'm not sure. Any games you're thinking after debates? If I'm not dead, I will do someone said I'm reading from a script. No, I just say this a lot. If I'm not dead, I will do dispatch after debates, but I am pretty exhausted, so we'll see how that goes. Any demographic toys that you're short of, i.e. kids, preteens, teens. We don't have a lot for the teens, so I really should go and add more stuff on there for teens, but I just don't know what the fuck to put there. Seiju, thank you for the jewels over on YouTube. I still don't know what jewels do, but thank you so much for those. I think they're like bits on Twitch, I think. Yo, we've gotten so, we've gotten so many toys, I don't know where to put them. I'm running out of space to put the toys. Maybe gift cards for teens. Maybe. Unfortunately, can't afford a PS5. No need. It's totally fine. But yeah, we are debating today. We're looking for MAGA that disagree. Again, there's no reason to still be MAGA. It's just kind of embarrassing. There's no reason to believe in Christianity. There is no good reason to still support Donald Trump. I should put good in front of all of these, because that's the thing, is they're going to go, well, my reason is because I want deportation, which is not good. I'm putting good in front of all of these. Yeah. I think we should have deportation because I'm a little baby MAGA. And I don't like it when immigrants are in my country. Because I'm just a little itty bitty baby man. Fucking phallic heads. Sorry, was that too mean to MAGA? I can be nicer to MAGA. MAGA, would you please call me? It's okay. I won't hurt you. Bitches. They all think their reasons are good. They're not. MAGA's hiding because of the file. True. MAGA's just mad that Trump fucking blew Bill Clinton, bro. What a wild turn of events. I didn't expect 2 scandals about Bill Clinton's penis in my lifetime, but here we are. Can you be meaner to MAGA? True. 42-847. Always remember, guys, 42-847. The number for MAGA to call out, the number for MAGA to call, by the way, 219-327-8005. If MAGA thinks they can handle the heat today. The doubly impeached president blew the last impeached president. This is crazy. Make the economy great again. Ugh, Chris Cuomo can shut the fuck up. It's not Trumpika Lewinsky. It's Donica Lewinsky, guys. Donica Lewinsky. But this is, you know, this is par for the course. MAGA is genuinely terrified and they're afraid to call into debate. If you want me to tell MAGA a message from you guys, remember, Cash App or Venmo, and I'll tell MAGA. I'll tell them what you guys want me to tell them. How are you feeling? If you can't tell, I don't know if you can tell. It's taking a lot of energy to talk. My voice is very tired. So speaking is very difficult. I might actually have to like slow down my speech pattern today and speak a little more in my bass and baritone voice, because speaking is very exhausting for me today. No, it's gonna end up just being a sinus infection like it always is. Going through the same. I get a sinus infection like once a goddamn month. Jovan is working hard today? Never. Now, here's what I want to know. First of all, for all the MAGA heads in the chat, which I'm sure there's hundreds of you, right? To all you MAGA heads, how do you defend Donald Trump at this point? Huh? How do you defend? You ever think about doing end of the year comp videos? I've always said, if somebody wants to tell me exactly what to put in those comp videos, say, Jovan, make a compilation using this video, this timestamp, this video, this time, then I'll do it, no problem. I don't have the time to watch through everything and like assemble the compilation. Or if somebody wants to just do it and send me the video to post, like I just don't have the time. So there's no. How many Trump supporters does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. Trump says it's fixed, so they sit in the dark and cheer. Ayo. Maggie's not calling in because they got slapped in the face with the reality about their savior Trump. MAGA has lost their mind. Trump can be a racist. Trump can be a white supremacist. Trump can be all of these things, right? But the minute he sucked dick, they were like, no, not our Trump. Somebody on the thing said, yes, they are MAGA and they will call. Let's see. It is 11:18. Make a wish. It is November 18th here in anti-MAGA land. Do you think they'll forgive him if it was actually a horse dick? I don't believe it was a horse dick, but you know, stranger things has happened. Yemye coming in with our first Twitch dono of the day said, tell MAGA they are just mad that they couldn't watch. Holy shit, Yemye. Whoa, MAGA, are you going to take that line down? Or are you going to take it on your knees? Ayo! Sorry. I think that hit though. I think I ate with that one. Anyway, Yemi, thank you for the $20 dono over on Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the show. Remember, guys, I have no fucking corporate sponsors. You're not going to have me sit. Now, listen, if Elgato messaged me and said, Jovan, we see you use all Elgato products. Do you want us to sponsor a stream? I would say, abso-fucking-lutely, Elgato. I have your mic arm, your mic, 2 stream decks, your foot pedal, your fucking key lights. Like, yeah, sponsor the shit out of me, baby. But I don't have corporate sponsors. I pay for everything that has to do with the show through tips and donations from viewers like you. I should go to my public library and record like a PBS style thing that I can play in between calls. That would give me a nice little break in between calls. But it would be like a little thank you for supporting leftist content. I am slowly at work on my leftist study guide, so that's going to be coming out soon. Well, not soon. Whenever I finish it, I will have a leftist study guide for you guys. for viewers like you. Thank you. 02134. Send it to Zoom. Y'all ever used to watch Zoom? We need Trump emotes. Someone's got to design them. Andrew from New Jersey doesn't call into my show personally, but he does try to call into the line all the time. Today over, I think it's on the Lines Patreon, me and Jimmy, I was on the Lines podcast with Jimmy. So that's dropping today, I think. I don't know the release schedule and I didn't ask. Yeah, I used to watch Zoom so much, bro. Chris, thank you for the jewels. And Scott Smith, thank you for the jewels over on YouTube. Don't know what they do, but thank you so much. Why do we only have 57 likes on YouTube? If you're watching the stream, you better click a like on that YouTube right now. Swear to God. Please click that like. I didn't cry. I didn't cry. I'm not really going to cry, but I didn't cry. Let's see if we can get some people to defend their beliefs today. That's right. My new name is Jovan Hussein Bradley. Dude, I learned so many improv games from Zoom. Now, remember, if you are calling for something other than a debate, you're probably not going to get through. Call-in screeners know to screen you guys to make sure that you're calling in to debate me specifically. I unfortunately don't want to answer 30 calls and someone goes, well, I agree with you, but I just wanted to say, no, it's okay. You don't have to say. I know what you're going to say, and I've probably said what you've said already. Yeah, I saw him call the reporter a piggy. What an asshole, right? Like, if anything else, dude, how would you feel if someone said, like, let's say MAGA. This is a question for MAGA. Maybe Pillow will run a poll on this later. Would you let Trump call your mom a piggy? This is for real question. Would you let Trump call your mom a piggy? Would you be chill with that? Maybe you would. Maybe you are so obsessed with your father, daddy, that you're like, oh yeah, I'll definitely let Trump call my mom a piggy. Like, if I was walking out in public and someone called my mom a piggy, I'd beat they fucking ass. Be like, what the fuck? But apparently, if Trump does it, oh, that's funny. He's standing up to the liberal crowd. Dirty fucking Dick Trump, bro. Dirty Dick Trump. His dick is dirty as shit. Undo this hurt that you caused when you walked out the door and you walked out of my life. Uncry those tears. Trump was listening to that when he was fucking after Clinton refused to go public with the relationship. He's just in the window of the White House, just rain falling. Unbreak my heart. Thinking about Clinton. It's the big, beautiful Bill. My big, beautiful Billy boy. They say he's the best Billy boy. Darius, thank you so much for the Venmo to support the show. Darius said, if MAGA is so anti-abortion, they must be pissed that Trump destroyed $10 million worth of contraceptives USAID bought, right? You know they aren't. It's a fair question, but you know the answer is no. Also, what was this one as well? Carmela said sneakers and dress shoes for teens are good options because once your feet stop growing fast, no one buys them for you, so yours get raggedy. Yeah, we just have to be getting them, right? Like figuring out what's the best. I'll have to figure out what's the best course of action for that. Maybe like for a week, I'll just set up a separate Venmo or PayPal account where you guys can donate money, and then I'll just go buy a bunch of stuff for teens. I would show receipts and everything, obviously. Yo, what is taking so long with the caller and the screening, Pillow? Are we getting them through? These MAGA people with their little MAGA qua baby. I should post a post on I should do like Jimmy and post a post on Threads goading MAGA to call in. It's crazy how many idiots on Threads there are. Hey, I need 6 eggs. Thank you so much. That was a very nice message, friend. Is Thread just X's baby brother now? Yeah. Yeah, Threads is pretty annoying. It's mostly AI. God damn, the amount of AI on Threads is crazy. Like the bots, the amount of bot accounts. Fucking Christ, bro. It's because MAGA can't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth, MAGA. MAGA, can you handle the truth? I don't think you can. Hey, Grim Darko, thank you for the jewels. Nick Brown, thank you for the jewels. Landon Stammy, thank you for the jewels. I don't know what jewels do, but thank you for them. I missed a bunch of VHS Hal, thank you for resubscribing to Amazon Prime for 4 months over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Fiona the Foxy, thank you for giving out a gifted sub to the community. Midwest Maverick, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Have you checked for mold in your house? No, I'm sick because I have a child in preschool who keeps getting sick. Chef DeWalrus, thank you so much for subscribing for 1 month at tier 1. All Things Green, thank you for resubscribing for 4 months. You've been subbed for 10 months. Thank you for being here for 10 months. And Aaron No Sequitur, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. You know, I think they work for bits too. Okay, who's ready for this one? It's going to be funny. Coming up, we have the British menace, the MAGA British menace, Martain, who has called in multiple times and been embarrassed multiple times. Now he wants to tell me that trans men and women aren't men and women. We'll see if Martain has a logical argument to defend the position. Martain, Welcome back to the show. Hope you've been doing as terribly as possible. Now, you don't think trans men and women are men and women. Can you provide me a logical reason why, Martine?
Well, if you want to say they are, I would argue, Jovan, the onus of proof is on you. So can I ask for your definition of the word woman and the word man, first of all?
Yep. An adult human whose gender identity aligns with their social schema on the male or female sex, respectively.
So given that societies construct certain things around masculinity and femininity, certain expectations, does that mean the definition of woman and man are constantly changing?
Nope, they would just be the definition that I provided because it has nothing to do with how society views men and women. I don't use the way society views them. It's about your personal social schema on the male and female sex. But nice try there.
So it varies from person to person then, the definition?
Nope, the definition would stay the same. The definition would not change. What a person's personal schema on would vary person to person. But the definition would stay that same definition.
Right, but if my personal schema of man means something different to your personal schema, then we basically have as many definitions as there are people, don't we?
Nope, we still only have one definition.
But you're saying it's a personal schema, though, isn't it?
Your personal schema would dictate your relationship to being a man or a woman, but there would still only be one definition for each of those terms. Just like if I told you to define love, you can give a definition of love, like if you defined it as like, oh, when you have really immense feelings of care towards someone. Well, our personal visions of that would be different. It would be subjective. What does it mean to have an immense amount of care for a person? That would be different person to person, but the definition of love would still remain the same.
So which dictionary are you citing, though? Are you citing...
I'm not citing a dictionary.
Oh, okay, I understand. So in terms of being a man or a woman, you would agree that it's basically a state of mind. Is that fair to say? Is
being man or woman a state of mind? I probably wouldn't use the phrase state of mind, but I would say that like your gender identity is in the mind. Like your gender identity is a brain concept, like it's a neurosocial concept. So yeah, I would say that, yeah.
So okay, so that effectively means that being a woman.
Here, I actually let me give it a better. Their gender does not exist like objectively in the universe. So it's mind. Gender as a whole is like every social construct is mind dependent. That's a better way that I would phrase it.
Okay, I mean you can't really win a debate with someone over the meaning of a word. When two people dispute the meaning of a word, what's essentially happened is they're both using the same. You find out whose meaning of a word is more logical, and you go with that. So yes, you can win a debate. Yes, there is logic behind definitions and defining categories. Yes, there can be logic there. Well, if you imagine the construction of language from the very beginning, when the first humans constructed language, what were they doing? They were basically just pointing at stuff and then assigning sounds.
Yes, but that's not how me and you are engaging in language. We're trying to each point out like these two categories in which word best defines that category. Or which definition best defines that category. And I would say in terms of modern day people, my definition would infinitely be better at defining the category than what I assume your definition would be, which I will assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, would probably just be an adult human male and adult human female.
Yeah, that would be a fair summary.
Yeah, I would say that your definition is lacking, and your definition will most likely exclude people from the category who should be in the category.
But it only excludes people who are trans from the category, doesn't it?
Nope. No, it would exclude cisgender women.
How could a cisgender woman be excluded under my definition?
Yep. What is a female?
Female?
Yep.
But that refers to XX chromosomes. Male is XY chromosomes.
Great. There are women who are born with XY chromosomes who not only have gotten pregnant, but have given birth. So yes, they would be excluded from your definition of woman. Because your definition of woman is a female, and your definition of female is having XX chromosomes. So they would be excluded. A cisgender woman would be excluded. So yes.
No, you're talking about intersex people.
No, intersex is not a third category. Intersex is not a gender. Intersex is a set of conditions that affect male and females. Some people use intersex categorically to mean some third thing, but intersex is a group of conditions. I didn't ask you about a group of conditions. I said, what is a female? You said XX chromosomes. There are females who are born with XY chromosomes. They have a pure 46XY karyotyping. Therefore, They are cisgender women. They have reproductive systems. They have uteruses. They're able to give birth, right? Even though they have like a pure 46 XY karyotyping. But what you told me, Martine, is that in order to be a female, you must have XX chromosomes. Well, this person would break. Therefore, I would say your definition is not a logical definition because it's going to exclude people that should fit into that definition category.
The people you're describing would still come under the umbrella term intersex.
How so?
Sawyer's syndrome.
Intersex is not a gender or a sex. It is a list of conditions, a lot of which are vastly different from each other, that affect males and females. It is not in and of itself its own gender category. So whether they're intersex does not matter because they would still either be male or female. Your definition of female was having XX chromosomes. So these people do not have XX chromosomes, but they are still female. So they wouldn't fit under your definition, thus making your definition illogical.
It doesn't make it illogical, just because it excludes something. For example, if I asked you to define the term vegetarian, what would you say?
Somebody who doesn't eat meat.
Oh, I'm not currently eating meat. Am I a vegetarian?
Okay. Do you ever eat meat?
I have previously at certain points.
Then you have ate meat. Then you're not a vegetarian.
But okay. I used to be a vegetarian.
Sure. Sure. My definition of vegetarian is logical. I'll change it. Someone whose diet does not consist of meat, whose current diet does not consist of meat. That would be my definition of vegetarian.
So if a vegetarian was starving and they briefly ate meat to keep themselves alive,
they would stop being a vegetarian in the time that they ate that meat. Yes.
But would they then go back to being a vegetarian?
Possibly, if they then cut meat completely out of their diet again, yes. But their current diet at that time consists of meat. You can try this game back and forth, but you provided an illogical definition of woman. We're very clearly talking about categories here. And instead of admitting that your definition excludes people that should fit into the definition, therefore making it not a definition that logically holds, right? You now want to say, well, what about vegetarian? Yes, if you currently are eating meat, you would not be considered a vegetarian. Point blank. Period.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that if we look at the definition that you're giving, it does relegate the term to essentially a state of mind, which makes it such an amorphous term that there's really
no... It's not amorphous if you know what any of the words I use mean. It is not amorphous.
I know what they mean.
Do you? So explain my definition to me. Break it down for me.
You said gender identity, which is a psychological category. It's not something that refers to
That's not breaking it down. That's not breaking it down for me. I asked you to describe my definition. So can you describe what I mean when I use the phrase gender identity? Can you describe what I mean when I say that your gender identity aligns with your schema on the female sex or the male sex? Can you describe what those things mean?
I presume it means that someone who has a conception
you presume.
of
You said
masculinity
you know.
or femininity that, well, again, if you ask 100 people to define it, you may get 100 different responses. You may get all
Yeah, but you told me you knew what my definition meant, not that you presumed to know what my definition meant.
I've listened to these arguments and I'm aware of what a lot of people mean, but you may have a different term when you say gender identity.
That's great. I didn't ask you what other people meant. I asked you if you knew what my definition meant. So do you know what my definition means and how I use it and how I use it in a practical sense? Or are you just presuming to know?
Well, when you use words like love or man or woman, I presume that you mean something that may approximate what other people
Love
mean,
was not used in my definition of man or woman, and I didn't use the phrase man or woman in my definition of man or woman. I asked you about my definition for the words man and woman, and asked if you knew what those meant.
Yeah, you said gender identity, which is a psychological category. Gender identity refers to how one feels about their internal sense of self with respect to things like masculinity and femininity. So, yeah, I have heard of people.
And how does that relate to the next part of my definition?
Well, you then use the phrase, was it schema?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so a person may have an internal sense of who they are, but that may not always align with who they actually are. So, have you heard of...
I'm sorry, that didn't explain to me. We're not going to pivot off of this. I'm trying to get you to explain how my definition works in a practical sense, because you've said you understood it. So I want to know how my definition works in a practical sense. So I'm not going to let you dodge that.
I think your definition works in that it allows people to self-identify with the category man or woman.
Martine, this isn't telling me what my definition means in a practical sense. Okay. Are you able to tell me that? Are you able to tell me what I mean? Are you able to break down my definition? Because I can break down your definition, an adult human male, right? If you say man means adult human male, you are saying your definition is saying that in order to be a man, you must be, I assume you mean socially an adult, right? So your definition also has social implications that are kind of amorphous. I'm positive you don't mean biologically an adult. Otherwise, you're saying 12-year-olds can be women. I would hope that you're not saying this. So your definition also relies heavily on some sort of amorphous, I won't say amorphous, I'll say abstract social concept. So I'm assuming that your definition, adult, somebody who meets the socially agreed upon adult level, like for instance, in the United States, 18, somebody who's human, so who's of the genus Homo sapien, and somebody who's female, so somebody who, in your purview, has XX chromosomes, even though, as I've laid out, there are adults who are humans who don't have XX chromosomes that are female. So your definition falls apart. Now, can you please deconstruct my definition back to me, steel man it like I steel manned yours, so that way I know that we're having a conversation that you understand?
Well, I've already said that you're using the phrase gender identity, and as I understand it, that refers to a person's internal sense of self. And so, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to unpick when it comes to your definition.
Sorry, you're talking about half of my definition. Can you please talk about the other half?
Wait, you said a woman is someone who has a gender identity that, can you repeat it, the line for the schema?
Yep. A woman would be an adult human whose gender identity aligns with their social schema on the female sex.
So schema is defined as a representation or a plan or theory in the form of an outline or model. So a person may have an outline or a model of what it means to be a woman, but that can vary from person to person. You can have a million different definitions under that schema, because we may all have a conception in our mind of what it means.
Hold on, there wouldn't be a million definitions. It would be a million different, you can have a million different schemas, 100%. But again, the definition I provide does not change. The schemas might change, just like what could be considered an adult. Like even if we both operated under the purview of your definition, an adult human female is a woman, what is considered an adult in the United States might not be considered an adult in another country in the world. That doesn't mean that there's now two different definitions. It's just your definitions are relative to the person.
Well, adult,
it shouldn't be that hard.
I mean, adult refers to age, and age is obviously a spectrum. You know, age is going to be a spectrum. We don't simply have a binary between mature and immature. You know, when
adult refers to the social category of adult. It doesn't refer to any one specific age. It refers more to the social category of adult, because biologically humans turn adult humans become adults at puberty. But
not quite, no.
Yes, they do.
No, because the human brain doesn't reach full maturity until 25.
A mature brain is not what classifies you as an adult in science, and I would hope you know this. Scientifically, when mammals become adults is when they reach the age of sexual maturity. That's when you become an adult as mammals. That's when and we are mammals. That's when we would become an adult biologically. It's not about brain maturing. Your brain never stops maturing. It's always maturing. It's always developing. It never stops doing that. So I would assume that you're aware that in biology, what's classified as an adult is sexual maturity, but at least my nowadays, most societies don't operate under that as an adult. So when you use the phrase adult, you're referring to a social. No, what? Yes, this is true. I don't know what.
No,
Yes.
Jovan, I'm using the Cambridge definition. Shall I read it out to you? Adult. Being involved or relating to an adult, a person, animal that has grown to full size and strength. That's the Cambridge definition of adult that you just ignored. You're not using the Cambridge definition of adult. You're using the
I would be using the way adult is defined in biology, which is in mammals is the age of sexual maturity.
I'm using the Cambridge English Dictionary definition, which says fully grown. It doesn't say.
Yes, Cambridge is not a biology book. Cambridge is not a biology
universe.
Yes. Okay, dude. So now I think you have an issue where you don't understand how definitions work, right? So Cambridge is not an authority on a definition, right? Cambridge is providing you how people commonly use words, right? And I agree the way we commonly use an adult is a creature who has reached full size, that I would agree. This is how we commonly tend to use the word, but biologically, that's not how adult is defined in science. It's just not. Mammals reach biological adulthood at the age of sexual maturity. But socially, which is why when you're using a definition from like Cambridge, they're going to be looking more socially how the term is used. Socially, we use adult differently, which is what I'm trying to tell you. Makes your definition also have an abstract social sense, just like my definition does.
Well, I did literally just cite a dictionary entry. I'm not just citing,
yes, I don't think you know how dictionaries work. Most dictionaries are going to be descriptive. They're not going to be prescriptive, and they're going to be representations of how society uses words, not providing a prescriptive basis for how those words have to be used.
Again, the dictionary definition of adult is distinct from the way in which you're using the term adult.
Yep, because I don't think you know what dictionaries mean. I don't think you know what dictionaries mean. Or how they work. I don't think you know how dictionaries work.
I know how they work.
I don't think you do.
Well, they go in alphabetical order. That's the start.
Are dictionaries descriptive or prescriptive?
They're primarily descriptive, but they also prescribe the...
Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. Yes, they are primarily descriptive. Do dictionaries, like for instance, change their definitions depending on how society collectively tends to use words?
Well, of course, because language can change over time.
Thank you. So when the dictionary is telling you that adult means this, it's because they're telling you how society typically tends to use the phrase adult, not saying, hey, if we're talking about like biology and how we classify adult animals, it's going to be a different thing. It's not just about when those adult animals reach full size. It's about when mammals specifically reach the age of sexual maturity. Now, if you wanted to say that you have a definition that's based in biology, that's the form of adult you would need to use. Otherwise, your definition is actually based socially, just like my definition would be.
Well, no, I'm citing a reputable dictionary, but going back.
Are we going? Wait, no, we're not going back to anything. Are we going in circles right here? I've described to you why the definition you're using is differing from the definition of adult that I'm using, because you're just pulling up a definition from a dictionary, whereas I'm quoting a scientific definition that is used in classification for biology's purposes.
Which biology book are you quoting?
I can give you many. How many do you want? How many? We can do a bunch.
Give me one.
Sure, no problem.
You Googling?
Am I Googling? Yes, because you asked for a specific book. So I'm going to get it from a specific book. Just like you Googled the Cambridge definition, Martin. Do you have a problem with using Google mid-debate? I don't. I didn't say anything when you Googled the Cambridge definition. Right?
No, you can use it if you want, but
okay, thank
you. So,
in
terms of your definition of man and woman, would you apply the same standard when we discuss the definition of the word race? Would we also say that it's primarily about racial identity, not about phenotype?
No, race is not an identity. Race is about a legal structure placed upon people. There's no identity to race. We don't have a race. There's no race. No, it's not.
That's about identity.
Race is not an identity. I'm not saying people don't identify with racial groups. I'm saying race is not an identity in the sense that our brains identify our race. They don't do that.
Our brains don't identify our race.
No.
So we're oblivious to our race?
No. Okay, so I don't think you understand what I mean when I say this, so I'll break it down for you even further. When we talk about gender identity, our brains just have an innate sense of our gender. Right? This is part of the fact that our brains are like neurosocial biological tools of our body. So our brains, break down gender in and of themselves and identify along a line of spectrum when it comes to gender. Our brains don't do this with race. Race is something that's thrust upon us. This is why race didn't even really exist until Gomez de Chirard brought race into the conversation in like the 1600s. Race was not a thing. Race is fairly new in terms of human society.
Well, that's true. And if you look at a lot of the argument... Pardon?
I said I know it's true. I just said it.
Yeah, I mean, some people would say there's only one race, the human race. And in terms of racial classifications, they are socially constructed. Just designating someone as white or mixed race or black is always going to be an arbitrary pursuit. But have you heard of a very popular essay called In Defense of Transracialism by Rebecca Tobel? It's really interesting, it's well worth reading, and it's actually very well argued and very well presented.
No, and I'm going to say, having not read it yet, I probably reject it based on the fact that race is not something that the brain identifies with in the way that it sounds like you're saying that they're claiming it does.
Well, no, what she does in the piece, and it is sincerely written, is she basically goes through every single argument against transracialism and says, Rebecca, no, who is it? Rachel L can identify as black just in the same way as someone with XY chromosomes can identify as a woman, and there's really no difference. And she gives the very...
There's a lot of difference, actually.
Such as?
So, Martine, I'm black. Do you think I'm black because I believe that I'm black? Do you think that there's a part of me that just knows internally that I am black?
When you say you're black, I mean, first of all humans are of African descent.
Martine, please answer the question please answer the question. I didn't ask if I was African, right? You can be African and not black. Being black doesn't mean you're African. So can you please answer my question, which is, do you think that I am black because I believe I'm black, or that I have an internal sense of being black? Do you think that's why I'm black?
Well, I think clearly you do consider yourself to be black.
That's not the question I asked you, Martine. I said, do you think that I'm black because I have an internal sense of being black? Yes or no?
I think you're black because of your physical appearance, which is described as black. I mean, most white people are
so it has nothing to do with the way I feel.
But I also don't think that you could become a woman by feeling a particular way. So yes,
but the difference is going to be the fact that our brains do have a gender identity. And this has been well documented in biological neuroscience. We know that gender identity exists in our hypothalamus. We know that when we engage in, we know that when it comes to reactions to stimuli, that our brains are geared more towards a gendered line. And we see that even trans people's brains gear towards their cisgender counterparts as opposed to their biological sex. We know that when it comes to there are some other brain studies. We know when it comes to like size and stuff like that, trans people's brains are going to again more resemble their cisgender counterparts than their assigned sex at birth. Race is none of those things. Literally none of them.
So, but doesn't that make the case for allowing people to identify as black even more compelling, given that?
No, it doesn't.
No, because
what? It not existing like that gives the case that we should allow them to do this, even though it doesn't exist in the same way. How does that make sense?
So what's the definition of a white person or a black person then? What's that definition going to be?
Of a white or black person? A black person would be somebody who legally falls under the racial category of black, whereas a white person is going to be somebody who legally falls under the racial category of white.
What if you have a white parent and a black parent, though? Where do you then fall? You
under the legal classification, whatever you're classified legally as.
But what do you mean legal classification? We don't have any laws in place that force me to say I'm white or that force you to say you're black.
No, but races have legal classifiers. So yeah.
In which laws?
Typically, when it comes to, it's not a law. I didn't say it was a law. I said there were legal classifications. Martine, you have to be better than this. No, legal just doesn't mean that there's a law surrounding it. It just means that there are classifiers, right? Of like that are operated and run by like the federal or state level governments. Like you got to be better than this, man. You have to be. I can't imagine that this is how you engage in real life.
So talk to me about these legal classifiers. Where are they? How do I observe them? How do I come across them?
Is that a joke?
Like, where's all this information?
That's got to be a joke.
Where's all this information coming?
That has to be a joke. Does your government in the UK, Martine, when they take census data, collect upon racial lines?
But here's the thing, Jovan. It's based upon self-reporting.
Sorry. Can you just answer me the question? Does your government operate upon racial categories when they take the census? Yes or no?
They operate upon racial categories that are based upon self-reporting. So
it's interesting to me that you avoid every single question that you're asked. Do they classify for the census? We can get into the next part, I promise you. But for the purpose of the census, for the purpose of a million different things, reporting of crimes, for the purpose of medical reporting. Does your government classify people into racial categories? Yes or no?
I'm not sure if they do it on the basis of crime. I'd have to check, but
you think your government doesn't keep you think your government doesn't keep
yes.
racial statistics about crime?
I'm not sure if I used to work in a prison on a voluntary basis. I'm not sure if every single prisoner has to give their racial classification, but let's say the government does. Let's say they do operate.
Great.
They still
Thank
do
you.
the
Thank
self-ID.
you.
It's based on self-ID, though.
Thank you. Yes, I understand. I've never made the claim that it's not based on people telling the government what their race is. But if you have somebody who is white who tries to appropriate census data and says, well, I'm black, the census person is going to be like, no, you're not. I can see that you are white.
Not necessarily. No, it's done anonymously, Jovan. You need to know how the census works in the UK. It's done anonymously.
Okay, so let's say you're UK, which does do racial statistics and crime reporting. Let's say a white man shows up and goes, well, I'm black, so mark my murder as a black murder. Does the government do that?
Well, what if the person is like a quarter black and 3/4 white?
Please answer the question, Martine. You're dodging every question that I ask you.
It will be at the discretion of the person taking the report. You would hope not, but
okay.
They might well do.
When it comes to blackness, unfortunately, black people have had to fall into the 1-drop rule because that was placed upon them. Like we didn't say you need however much black or white you need. Race is about a litany of shared phenotypic and ancestral connections to people. It's not about like some fucking internal way that we view ourselves. My brain isn't wired differently because I'm black, but we know that women and men's brains, even trans women and men's brains, tend to operate differently. But brains don't operate differently among racial lines. It's not a thing that happens. I know I'm right about that. I know I'm right.
Yeah, you're right about there not being a difference in terms of race. But take the 1-drop principle. You're talking about the 1-drop principle.
Damn.
If we accept that claim, then anyone can be black.
Okay, Martine, I have a poem. I have a poem for you. Okay.
Okay, let's hear it.
This is from Brienne. Brienne said, Martine, you lack a brain. Your rhetoric's insane. Trans are people, not a game. You don't care if they're caused pain. Critical thinking is where you should aim. Please stop causing your mother so much shame. Damn. Rest in peace, Martine. That was a crazy, crazy ass poem. Rest in pieces, buddy. Rest in pieces. I was paid to remove Martine, which is fine for me. I don't know how we're going to keep having a conversation where every 5 seconds he goes, Jovan, you're right, but no, there's no but. How much to fully ban Martine? I don't know. Somebody send me $100. I'll ban his number right now. The UK collects and publishes crime stats based by race. Yeah, I know that. Martine had to hit us with I don't know that they do that. Forrest may disagree with me on what? That people's brains operate differently based on race? I'd love to see the evidence of that. Would love to see the evidence on that. Oh, but shout out to Hunter. Shout out to Brienne. A bunch of people wanted Martine got. Julie, there are quite a few studies actually that talk about the difference in brains between trans and cisgender brains. One of them was a reaction to sexual stimuli, and they found that trans women's brains reacted more aligned with cisgender women's than with cisgender men. And then there's another one that you can only do when you dissect the brain, but there's an area of the brain in which the I want to say it's the neurons are structured in a certain way, and there's a specific size variance to this that differs between men and women, and well, between males and females. But transgender women, when this study was done, that part of their brain aligned more with more similar to the cisgender, to like the female side than it was the male side. Those are just a few. I'm still not fully convinced as much on the fact that the male and female brain are like these vastly different things, but there is evidence of how the trans brain is more similar to I wouldn't say it is, I would just say it's similar. You think he's trolling? No, I think Martain is that dumb. So yeah. Damn, I gotta pee. I'm gonna let Pillow grab this next caller, and I'm gonna tinkle real quick. I keep forgetting to set up a be right back screen, but what I realize I can do is I can just do this. Oh no, wait. Ooh, gross. I guess we're playing. I guess we're listening to this at the end of break screens.
But this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Okay. What I meant when I said I don't have a be right back screen is I don't have something set up. I have to like really go and redo my automation on my stream and everything. Thank you to those that have supported the show. Let's just go through our Twitch housekeeping really quickly. Strifed, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Thank you so much for that. Madam Rose St. Louis, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Hardly Human 1, thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime. Mr. Pipe Dream, thank you for the 6 gifted subs to the community. And also thank you for cheering with the bits. Professor Pie, thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime. And T-Cham the Clam, thank you for gifting out 1 sub to the community over on Twitch. Thank you guys for the Twitch support. Thank you so much. If you're not a member on YouTube, you can also become a member and consider supporting the show. Let's keep it going. Ooh. 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 Anyway. Let's bring in the next person. Oh, I should just set this button up to record. I just don't want to accidentally hit it. Anyway. Coming up onto the show next, we have KJ. Now, KJ thinks there's still good reasons to support Trump, so we're going to find out what KJ thinks those reasons are. KJ, can you just provide me your age and pronouns, please?
What's up, man? KJ, 36, he, him, you know.
Now, KJ, I seem to remember us speaking before, and you telling me there were reasons to support Trump economically, but you couldn't give me like what economic metric that was.
No, that wasn't the case. I explained a very specific one, and I explained a very specific one that you would capitalize from as a streamer and as someone who has a platform that is still able to put out anti-Trump messaging that gets you clicks and views. So that's what I said last time, is that people who are involved with social media influence, anyone involved with media, if they have a platform to say negative things about Trump, that stuff is blowing up on all the social media. So people are able to.
Yeah, but you recognize that doesn't lead to an economic positive. That just means some people are benefiting.
That is, well, I mean, that's a part of economy. That's what you do.
If the overall economy trends are going down, what does it matter if a couple of people are going up?
Okay, so then we got into talking about farms and this, that, and the other. And so my contention with you was that you're not describing a demographic that would constitute the overall economy.
Yeah,
you were talking,
but I did, because farm bankruptcies lead to higher prices in the grocery store, which we're directly seeing, which will affect every single American, because inflation affects every single American.
Okay. So while that is true, I should have got this ready before. So what are you defining as economy?
What am I defining as the economy? The overall financial well-being of the country. The economy, when I refer to the economy, I mean that. How is the country doing financially as a whole?
So I'm going to read a definition of the economy. Careful, thrifty management of resources such as money, materials, or labor. Let's see, the system or range of economic activity in the country, a specific type of economic system, an orderly functional arrangement of parts, efficient, sparing, or conservative use, all of these different things. So whether or not certain products go up and down, that is not specifically the overall economy. That's only a small portion of the economy.
Yes, when we had the conversation was asking you to point to me in sectors that the economy is benefiting, where I will point to sectors where the economy is having a negative. And the portions in which the economy are having a negative have a larger impact on more Americans than the portions of the economy where the economy is doing okay. So I would say in a conversation about why we support Trump, if we look at how people, because we spoke about both food costs and electricity costs, how both of those are rising, that's going to affect more Americans than if, like, for instance, the Dow Jones is doing well. So I don't know what your overall point on that is.
My overall point, and my point then, was when you isolate these particular things, that you're no longer actually speaking about Americans overall. Like, for example, you brought in the 67% of people living paycheck to paycheck. Well, what is that information gathered from, or who's that about? Because
it's going to be about.
I'm really about
the average American. It's 60%, so it's going to be about 60% of Americans. Yeah, that's who that information is about.
But you understand how statistics are I want to say inherently deceptive, but statistics only exist to fit into a narrative. Like you can't.
That's not true. That's not true. No, that's a very incorrect way to look at statistics. Stats don't fit into narratives. Narratives are built around statistics, not the other way around. At least proper statistical analysis is building a story based on what the statistics are telling you, not finding statistics to fit your already pre-assumed story.
Okay, we're saying the same thing backwards. There's no statistics cannot exist without being attached to a narrative.
Yes, they can.
Say 67%. Well, you need a what, and you need to attach it to a what and a who and all of that. So
yes,
you can't just
the who is 60% of people living in America. The what is their pay. And the story that's told by the statistic is that of those people, they get paid so little that they're not able to put money into savings. Therefore, they're living paycheck to paycheck. There's not money going into their savings account. They are using the bulk of their paycheck, almost the entirety of it, to pay for the things they need and then waiting till next paycheck to have money in their pocket again.
I'm okay. I understand that. The question, though, is who's they?
60% of the people living in America.
Right. But every place in America is not the same.
Correct.
For example, if you live in a big city.
But 60% of everybody are who is suffering here, not 60% of this group. This is an analysis of all people spending and the money people are receiving in pay. Everybody, 60% of everybody are living paycheck to paycheck. And I don't remember if it was 60%. Okay. I don't remember what the actual number is, but yeah.
I think you said 67%. But the point is that if we take in everybody, when not everybody lives in the same environment, then what is likely is that you're going to have the people who live in more expensive areas that are probably the ones living paycheck to paycheck compared to the people that are living in more rural or less expensive areas. And then that is skewing the average. So when you're talking about 67% of people,
those people are
absolutely.
That's not skewing the average. Those people are still. This isn't about an average. This isn't saying the average American is doing this.
67% of all Americans.
Okay,
the average American,
homie. But this is going to be a different way of picking numbers than if we were coming up with an average. The way we come up with an average is different than if we're just polling people based on, not polling people. If we're just looking at pay in relation to cost of living.
Okay, is that accounted for in that 67% statistic?
Yes, because it's a percentage. It's not an average.
But the percentage is based on the average American.
No, it's based on all Americans.
So an average of all Americans.
No.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's like if you take one person that makes $100,000 a year and you take somebody that makes $10,000 a year and you average those two people, well, you're going to end up with a number that is wildly different than what either one of those two people make. So when you have people, and I'm saying this from experience, because like I talked about last time.
Sorry, I was muted. KJ, that's not how this number is calculated.
Okay, well, how is it calculated?
Because it's looking at everybody and saying at what point on the economic ladder, at what point in pay do people stop living paycheck to paycheck, and then how many Americans are below this point? 67% of them. Well, actually, I think it's the number is actually 29%. The 67%, I don't think I said 67% were living paycheck to paycheck, but 67% are just people who are reporting that they're struggling financially. I think you're mixing up two of the numbers that I said.
I listened to it again. I'm pretty sure you said 67%.
No, I might be right actually, because PNC Bank put out a thing that said 67% of American workers were living paycheck to paycheck. So maybe that's what I was quoting was the PNC Bank report.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, either way, this was already like even bringing that up was outside of the scope of what I had actually called in to talk about, because like I said then, it's like, well, Trump isn't responsible for that, and the point being is that I believe in personal autonomy, and so if you're someone that's living paycheck to paycheck, that is something that's related to your personal responsibility and how you personally handle your finances. That has nothing to do with anyone that is.
If people aren't what do you think the average cost of living in the U.S. is? Now we're going to talk about average. What do you think the average cost of living in the United States is right now?
Well, again, you're asking a question that goes right back to what I was saying. You can't talk about the average cost in the U.S.
We can.
As
yes,
an
we
entirety
can. Yes, we can. It gives us a baseline. Wait, no, we need to have. Wait, we need to have. Yes, and more people live in those places. We need to have a baseline so that we can understand what we're talking about. So we have to talk about what is the average cost of living in the average annual cost of living in the United States. When you take all of the United States, what is the average that it would cost someone to live here? That's an important number to have a baseline. Yes, it is.
That is not
if you don't think that's a valid question, then you don't understand how academia works, man.
Are you saying that it's not, there's not going to be a difference in the cost of living to live in New York City compared to living?
Of course there is, but we need to have a baseline.
So what's the point of having a national average?
Because we can't, because me and you can't have a conversation about every single city in the country. So we have to start with a baseline. We can't even have a conversation about every state in the country because there's 50 of them. So we have to have some level of baseline to anchor our conversation to. Otherwise, what are we arguing? We're just arguing about nothing because we don't have any baseline.
Okay, well, you're going about it the opposite way. The baseline isn't going to help us establish anything because that baseline, whatever it is, that's going to be too low for the most expensive cities, and it's going to be way higher than the less expensive cities. It's not going to actually give us any real valid information unless
we have to have a baseline, KJ. You have to have a baseline. You literally have to. Otherwise, what you're telling me is we can never come up with numbers on a national stage, which is nonsense. We need to know the way that the bulk of people in our country are proceeding in our country. Yes, there may be some people out of the average, but the average is going to measure the largest group of people. So yes, we need to understand the baseline, KJ.
All right, I'll fine. Let's go. What is the baseline, if you know?
Okay, the average cost of living in the U.S. is like $77,000 a year. That's the average cost of living in the U.S.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that's a low or high amount?
I'd say it's a fairly reasonable amount.
Okay. Well, the average for take-home pay, the average income, the last time we took the census was $47,000 a year. So on average, Americans have to pay $77,000 a year to live, and on average, they're making $47,000, $48 if you round up, $48,000. Now, that's just any workers. If we want to then look at full-time workers, the average full-time is $60,000, which is not as bad, right? But that's still $1,700 less than the average. So the bulk of people in America are needing to earn $77,000 to live, and 17K, not 1,700. Sorry, the bulk of people in America need $77,000 to live, but are only earning $60,000. So there is a massive discrepancy here. That the only way we're going to find out why that discrepancy exists is if we boil down these other metrics of the economy. So, for instance, wow, why is the cost of living so high? And then we see, oh shit, grocery prices are rising. That's adding fuel to the fire of cost of living. Okay, so we know that grocery prices are rising. Why? What is the cause of this? Oh shit, Donald Trump started a trade war that bankrupted our farms and caused prices to skyrocket. This is how we come to these things, so we can know that that as far as how the average American engages with the economy, it's far worse than it was.
Okay, well, I looked into that, because there's a few things you said to research or whatever. So yeah, from what I read, farms were already struggling, and sure, maybe certain policies put in place might have put more pressure on them, but that doesn't mean that he was a direct cause of these farms.
He directly bankrupted the bulk of our soybean production. There was a direct cause of his policies. He got into a financial into a economic war with China that directly bankrupted all of our soy production. That's a direct cause.
Okay,
There's a direct causal link.
You're okay. Even if I grant you that, you're still talking about it an extremely minuscule part of the economy. Like soybean, like there's tons of people that don't even eat soy, and you're talking about very specific farmers. That does not make up a majority in any way, shape, or form of Americans, and that being bad for
40% of all meat and food and seafood products in the U.S. contain soy. 40%. It's not just about whether soy is whether we consume soy on its own. It's in the shit we eat. So when we have an issue with soy production, that's going to affect all of these other sectors of agriculture, which are then going to affect all. Now we have to ship soy in from Argentina, which costs more than when we are locally making it, because we're no longer the economic powerhouse of soy in the world, because his policies directly screwed our soy production.
Okay, but I mean, how important is soy? Like, just saying that
it's in 40% of all the meat we eat. What do you mean?
Yeah, but who needs soy in the meat?
Soy is in so much. What do you think soy is?
It's a bean.
I know it's a bean. I'm asking what as an ingredient. Why do you think it's in these things?
I have no idea why it's in these things. I don't know why it would need to be in these things.
Okay. So soy is in a lot of different things, as is a lot of different ingredients, because it's a very cheap to grow food. It's very high in protein. Okay. So it adds to all of these ingredients, right? And so we were producing it. We were shipping it out of country at a high rate. Now we're not. Okay. This is an issue. It's an animal food feed. So another issue is it's really good for feeding animals, right? And so when our soy production falls behind, then our animal farming is going to fall behind. So beef can fall behind because farmers don't have as much food to feed their animals. So meat, chicken, eggs, all of these things suffer when our soy production suffered. So we didn't have as much meat on grocery shelves. So the meat that was there cost more.
Let me ask you something. You remember a few years ago when there was this whole thing about soy boys, and they were talking about soy raising estrogen in males?
The thing that was debunked like time and time again? Yeah, what about it?
Okay, well, where did it? Okay, I didn't know it was supposedly debunked.
Yes, but, like time and time, like a million times over.
Okay, maybe that's why no one's saying it anymore. I was just asking because that's the last I heard of it. And like, for example, when you talk about the cows not having food, well, there's a whole movement about having grass-fed cows. Like soy is not even something that cows naturally eat. So same thing with, you're talking about soy feeding these animals, and those, excuse me, those animals don't naturally eat soy. So what I'm hearing from you is you're talking about not having this thing to feed these animals that is not originally even a part of their diet to begin with. So not having this product to feed animals that shouldn't have even been fed that doesn't sound like a bad thing to me.
None of this. Okay, so first and foremost, if you want all beef in the country to become grass-fed, beef is going to get more expensive. It is more expensive to farm grass-fed beef. Now, I don't have an issue if that's what you want to do. That still makes it more expensive and still adds to the cost of living. But that's not what Donald Trump was doing. Donald Trump was not ruining the soy farms because he wanted grass-fed beef. He was doing it because he wanted to screw China, and it didn't work, and it backfired.
I mean,
but also soy does not affect the diets of cows. It doesn't like harm them at all to eat soybeans.
Well, the whole theory is that whatever the animals eat remains in the product. And then
and soy is the like one of the most perfectly safe to eat food products on the planet. Soybeans are eaten fucking everywhere.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that's not the case. I'll have to look in the whole debunking of the estrogen thing. I was just asking if you knew anything about that. But even still, none of this is what I want to call it. The question was, there's no good reason to support Trump. And I wanted to explain why I even began to support him in the first place. I know we've been on for a while, so I'm not trying to take up all your time and all that stuff. But, we've gotten off on these rabbit holes about these very, very specific things that, we can debate all day about, or just go back and forth, and we're ultimately just going to disagree. So if
we're disagreeing because you don't have the information, but sure. What's the other thing you want to talk about?
Well, okay. So the reason, or there's no good reason to support Trump. I would disagree with that. I do think that he's doing a lot of good things. I think what led me to supporting him was looking at all of the bad things being said about him, and then upon further research finding that they weren't actually true. And so I can just see attack after attack on him. And then when I look into these specific things, I don't find the evidence to support this attack. And all I find is media spin. And so that's what ultimately led me
to... Sorry. So you didn't support Trump based on the policies he wanted to implement. You supported Trump because you thought he was getting bullied in the media. What attacks did you believe were untrue about Donald Trump?
Well, okay. So what are the typical things that are said about him? They say he's racist. They say
I would agree.
PDF file.
I would definitely agree.
He's rapist.
I would definitely agree.
What else? What's the other one? Oh, now they're on him about the Epstein thing, right? So when I looked into these things, for one, whether or not someone is racist, that's really an opinion-based thing.
No, it's not.
Well,
if a man comes out and tells me that African countries are shithole countries, I don't really think that's an opinion right there. That's like, I don't think me saying that's a racist statement is super opinionated, right? When he tells congresswomen of color to go back to their country, when he gets into the political sphere by pushing a fake narrative that Obama's from Kenya and continues to push it even after Obama releases his official birth certificate, I don't know. Seems pretty racist to me. What are the reasons because Obama's why he didn't say Obama's from Europe?
Well, let's address just that part. So none of what you talked about had anything to do with race. Saying go back to your country, that's not race. That is
they were from America.
I know, but if his statement
what country would they be going back to? His statement was go back to your country because he assumed that a bunch of brown people were not from America. What country would they be going back to if they're from the U.S.?
Well, if we're referencing Harris and Obama, well, Obama's father is from Kenya.
Obama's not.
And then Harris's mother. I know.
Okay, but utilizing fake claims, I just confirming. You don't think Donald Trump claiming over and over again, despite being found incorrect on this, that Obama is from Kenya, you don't believe that has anything to do with race?
No, that's nationality. That is the country that he's from. That is not.
It's not the country he's from. He's not from Kenya.
Oh, okay, but the point is that it's saying go back to a different country. What doesn't matter. Whatever country you originated from or your parents originated from is not race. That is nationality. So you're conflating those two terms, which is a common thing.
Why didn't he tell him to go back to the country his mom was from?
I don't know, but whatever going back to the country, whatever that is
you don't know. You don't know why he focused on the country that is predominantly black. You don't know why he would have done that as opposed to the country that his mother was from?
Well, Harris's mom is from India. Like, it doesn't matter.
We're not talking about Harris. We're not talking about Harris. We aren't talking about Harris. He told Barack Obama that Barack Obama needs to go back to Kenya where he's from. He did not ask Barack Obama to go back to the country his white mother was from. Why is that? Why was he only focused on Obama's black father and telling him to go back to and telling him that he was from a country that's predominantly black, even though he has a mother who was born in motherfucking America? Because it is racist. And your inability to see that is your issue, not ours. Truly.
No. Race is a concept that is almost exclusive to the United States. Race
no, that's untrue. Untrue. Untrue.
Well, okay. Are you
factually untrue?
The term race was made up like 200 years ago.
It was not 200. It was not 200 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago.
I agree, but it was not 200 years ago. Gomez de Girard.
It doesn't matter. The point is, it is a made-up term, but race is separate from nationality.
I'm not saying race and nationality are the same. I'm saying, and the fact that you can't, the fact that you don't hear this is fucking crazy to me. When people equate specific countries to specific races, that becomes a problem. When you have somebody who was born in America that you're equating to being from a predominantly black country simply because his father's from that country, ignoring the other parent who's from America. The only reason he's claiming Obama needs to go back to Kenya is because Obama's father is a black man from Kenya. I guarantee if Obama had two, how come Elon Musk doesn't get hit with go back to South Africa? Why? Show me your, how come he doesn't get hit with that? But all the brown people surprisingly need to go back to their countries. Well, how come he doesn't tell Irish Americans to go back to their countries? How come he doesn't tell European Americans to go back to their countries? How come he doesn't tell Italian Americans to go back to their countries? Why is it surprisingly only brown and black people?
Wait a minute. Is Elon Musk supposed to have been born in the United States?
No, I'm not talking about where Elon Musk was born. I'm talking about why isn't he telling these people to go back to those countries?
Okay.
Why is it only the black and brown people that need to go back to their countries? Why is it only the black and brown people whose nationality he questions? He's not questioning any other person he doesn't tell white congressmen, well, your father's from Ireland, so you must go back to Ireland. You must be Ireland. You're not really American. You're Ireland. Why is it only the black and brown people surrounding him in the political sphere that he questions their nationality?
Are you still only referring to Obama? Are you
for real right now? Are you dead ass right now? How come he has never accused a white political figure of not being from America?
Maybe because there wasn't any controversy surrounding whether
there were no controversies surrounding Obama either until he brought it up. There were zero questions of Obama's nationality until Trump brought it to the political stage. Zero. Everybody knew man was born in Hawaii, had a birth certificate. Donald Trump has seen that birth certificate. How come he has never told a white political candidate and or congressman or senator or anything? How come he has never told them to go back to their country of origin or claimed that they were from a different country?
Hang on one sec. I need to double check this.
Oh my God, of course you do.
Let's see. Questions about Barack Obama's birth certificate first emerged during the spring of 2008, circulated by anonymous chain emails from supporters of his Democratic primary opponent, Hillary Clinton. So you saying that Trump is the first one to bring that up is not true.
Okay, I'll revert my statement. Who made it popular in the media to question Barack Obama's birth legitimacy? It was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the one who went on news stations talking about it. It wasn't just an email thread to him. And then why did he continue to do it after Obama released his birth certificate? He still has not walked the claim back and said he was wrong. Right now, all you're doing is you are trying to find ways to fucking simp for the white man, and it's fucking crazy.
I'm not simping for any white man.
Yeah, you are.
You're not.
How come he has never questioned the legitimacy of any white American politician's birth?
Because there hasn't been any other controversy about any other white politician.
I'm done. Goodbye. Unbelievable. Dude, like, I just can't. Like, it's so annoying. Gabe, thank you for the Venmo. Said soybeans are also planted to add nitrogen back to the soil to prevent another dust bowl. Crazy to call back and have not researched any of the shit that we talked about the first time. Right? Like, that can't just be me that thinks that's fucking insane. Where was I here? Julie Perkins, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime over on Twitch. The Avertis, thank you for resubscribing for 3 months on Amazon Twitch. Thank you for being here for 9 months in total. Dan's Ledoute, I probably said that so wrong. Thank you for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1. Thank you for resubscribing for 4 months. Artemis387, thank you for resubscribing with your Amazon Prime. Thank you for being here for 6 months. And Jay Rezi, thank you for subscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Bro, they just, you know, they just find any excuse in the world to simp for Trump. Spencer, thank you for the Venmo. Said KJ, the word you're looking for is racism. True. They look for any excuse to defend Trump, and it's so fucking weird. Just so weird. Mothi, thank you for subscribing for 1 month over on Twitch. Thank you so much. If I ever get any of your names wrong, just tell me. I'll try to remember to get them correct. Mira Featherbender, thank you for subscribing for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you for being here for 6 months over on Twitch. Thank you kindly. Oh my God, my health insurance is raising my premiums. Love it. See what it's gonna be now. What the fuck do you mean the password doesn't match? What? Oh. That would explain it, yeah. Shit. Taylor, thank you for the Venmo. Said, hope you're feeling better. Kinda. Yeah, I guess. Kinda. Yeah, the problem is I forgot my password, guys. Change password. There we go. How much is my health insurance gonna be now, guys? That's what I'm wondering. Anyway, we got some people in the calling queue. We're just waiting for screeners to go through. Review your 2026 healthcare plan. Okay. All right. Holy shit, dude. It's literally going up by $200 a month, bro. What the fuck, bro? I hate this shit. No, but yeah, definitely. And my deductible's rising. And my copay is going up. Fuck, dude. Yeah, tell me again why Republicans are great, guys. Tell me again. Fucking increasing the cost of literally everyone's healthcare. That's such a fucking great idea, guys. Holy shit, such a great idea. Wow, wowie, wowie. Guess I could just see if there are any other marketplace plans I can switch to, but like I have a doctor that I like right now. My fuck, dude. 300. It's almost $400. My health insurance is gonna be almost $400 a month. That's just for me. Unbelievable, dude. I'm about to just fucking just suck it up and pay it. It's just so annoying, dude. It's the one fun thing about being self-employed. True, blame those 8 Democrats. Yeah. It still would have gone up even without the subsidy. I don't know if it would have gone up as much. All right, well. And we're going to bring up the next caller. This is Kimura, who thinks there are good reasons to believe in Christianity, so we're going to find out. Kimura, can you provide me your age and pronouns, please?
Yeah, I'm 30, and pronouns are he, him.
Okay. And why should I believe in Christianity?
Well, I think a good reason to believe in it, or for someone, could be just that they find it meaningful for their life.
Okay, if I found murder meaningful, would that be a good reason to commit murder?
Well, maybe I should add, if they find it meaningful for their life and it's not harming anyone.
Okay, I believe Christianity as a whole does harm people, and the more people that believe in Christianity legitimize it and can continue to harm people.
Okay. So, like, just as a general, like, Christianity as a whole, or like a certain type of Christianity, or?
Christianity as a whole.
Okay. So, well, what about there's parts of Christianity that I feel like aren't harming people, or if anything, are maybe helping them. So would those parts be included in that, or do they just kind of get lumped into it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
There's parts of Christianity that I would say aren't harming people, or maybe even are helping them. Would that get like added into it, or is that just kind of lumped into it? Would that get
added into it?
I mean, like, you're saying just Christianity as a whole.
If I said guns were harmful because you can use guns to kill people, but somebody goes, well, you can also use guns to hunt. Does that mean, are those also harmful? Like, no, but I don't think that the good is outweighed by the good outweighs the harm. I think the harm outweighs the good. Almost.
Gotcha. So it's just like kind of a net total of harm.
It's just like a net total of harm.
So like you're basically just taking all of the maybe positives or ways people might find good things from Christianity, and then all the harm, and then kind of adding it up, and then if that's whatever the total is whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, I would just say if the harm outweighs the good, then it's not something we should keep around.
Okay. What if there's, like, within Christianity itself, parts of it that like are resisting the parts that are harmful?
I don't think the good parts of Christianity are resisting the harmful parts of Christianity.
Well, I'm just thinking of like the parts like liberation theology, like that's part of Christianity that's actively against capitalism. And
yeah, but
like
you don't need Christianity. It's not unique to Christianity, so I would say that can't outweigh the harm, because you can still be for liberation without being a Christian.
Yeah, but I would say for those people, like the Christianity is helping them interact with liberation in a way that is like going to help them be
what
more
about Christianity would lead you to believe that Christianity has a liberation-based aspect to it?
Well, that's kind of the whole case of liberation theology, is that the whole Bible all through is a book of writings of oppressed people, writing about how they have been oppressed and how they find ways to liberate themselves. Like that's the whole Exodus story, is being liberated from oppression.
The Exodus story leads to Moses telling Israel's that they can then oppress other people and to own slaves.
Yeah, that's the whole prophetic tradition. All the prophets is either Israel, the prophets writing or arguing against an imperial power that's oppressing Israel and kind of saying the injustices of that, or it's when Israel becomes powerful, then the prophet will critique Israel and talk about the injustice that Israel itself is doing.
Nowhere in the Bible did anybody discuss the injustices of Israel.
Yeah, there's lots of the prophets do that.
Where? In Christianity?
Right now.
Which prophet in Christianity directly calls out Israel for its slave ownership practices?
Not any for slave ownership because of the time period. But
no prophets directly call out Israel for their slave ownership practices, selling children as sex slaves. They don't call out anybody in Israel for that, for genociding people and then taking their women as sex slaves. Nobody calls Israel out for that.
Some of those things, yeah. So let me pull up the verse here real quick if I can. I think it's Amos. I just was reading it the other day. Obviously, all that's bad, and I think that's just kind of historical. Like that's just the time period.
Well, I don't think it's just the time period. I think it's according to Christianity, God views it as a morally permissible thing.
Well, I think if you are interacting with the Bible as if God wrote it, but
I'm interacting with the Bible as the Bible says, all scripture would be God breathed.
Yeah, but I think that interpreting God breathed or inspired by God as that just means that someone, the ancient person who wrote the text, had some sort of interaction with what they think is God, and then they're writing about their experience.
So wait, you would say that Moses was not accurate when he said that God gave him a list of rules to then give to the Israelite people in Leviticus.
Well, we don't even have enough data to support the idea that Moses wrote any of the Bible.
Okay, so hold on. So if you're just saying the way you engage in Christianity is just by believing separate of what the religious doctrine believes, then I would just say you're not really engaging in Christianity.
Well, no, that's a specific type of Christianity. That's kind of the what? Evangelical kind of like fundamental.
Where do you get your Christian beliefs from?
I'm like a mainline Protestant, so that type of Christianity has a different set of beliefs than like a fundamental.
Okay, but where do you get those beliefs from?
From an interpretation of the Bible and from church tradition, but it's a different interpretation than, again, like a fundamentalist or something.
Okay.
So we're still interacting with the Bible, just not in the way that, like, kind of, I guess, like the typical person that you're probably talked to on here is going to, kind of that dogmatic way.
Okay, so just really quickly, when we're talking about the way you engage with Christianity, okay, and the way you engage with the Bible, all right,
mm-hmm.
In what way are you, what religious texts do you base your beliefs upon?
The Bible, I guess, yeah.
Okay. So what parts of the Bible do you discount and what parts of the Bible do you base your religious beliefs on specifically?
Well, yeah, so I just, hold on. So it's, you just have to read it, like, or at least how I have been taught to read it is, you have to understand its historical context, and like I was just saying, understand that it was written by people from a specific time period, trying to explain their idea of God at that
So then
time
why
period.
should I,
And
why
and that
should
changes over
anybody,
time.
well, hold on, why should anybody believe in your religion then? Why, what beliefs, what basis do we have to believe that your religion is true? Like, what basis would I have to believe that the God of the Christian Bible is true if you're saying the Bible was just, I agree with you that the Bible, I believe the Bible is a parable, that Old Testament was parables trying to tell people how to live their lives and or justify ways that they were currently living their lives.
Yeah,
But
that's a lot of it.
that would lead me to not be Christian because I would have no reason to believe this God is real based upon that. What is your reasoning to believe this God is real if not based on a belief that the Bible was real?
Yeah, so I think I can kind of get into the weeds a little bit of like how we're defining God. And
well, if you're Christian, you can only define God. You're defining God in the way that Christians define God, correct?
Well, the different Christians define God in different ways, like throughout Christian.
Okay, what would be your definition of God?
So I kind of like the process theism view of God. So God is kind of to make it simple, God and reality, like the universe, are kind of the same thing. That's like
okay. How would any of this relate to Christianity?
Yeah, I think that fits with the Christian like worldview, or
with
however you
what?
want to say it.
Okay, based upon what are you saying that this fits with the Christian worldview?
Well, I've read people who have this view, and they interpret the Bible and different parts of the Christian tradition, early Christian philosophers and stuff, and they make the case that this is like a helpful way to interpret the text, and I found it helpful for myself.
Okay, do you believe Jesus was a real person?
Yeah, he's just.
Do you believe Jesus
show that he was a real person?
Do you believe Jesus was the Messiah?
What do you mean by that?
Was Jesus the prophet of God? Was he the son, the father, whatever you want to call him? Would Jesus fit this mold?
I'm trying to think of how to word it.
If the answer is not yes, then you're not Christian, my G. That's the fundamental belief of Christianity, is the belief in Christ.
No, I mean, if you go with a fundamentalist way of understanding Christianity, then yeah, you have to be really strict with what is and isn't Christian. But if you go by like what I would interpret the text to say, then it's just, if you follow the teachings of Jesus, you're Christian.
No. If following the teachings of Jesus, you just follow his teachings. Christianity is the belief that he is the Messiah. It's the belief that he is Son of God. Yes, it is. That's what it has always been.
What? How are you getting that? Where is that definition coming from?
Well, from almost every church.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. Almost every church, I would say almost every, like a dogmatic or fundamentalist church is going to do that, but there's lots that don't.
So you think to be Christian is to just agree with what Jesus Christ said?
I would say that you have to be not just agreeing with his teachings, but actually like trying to follow them and like do them.
Okay. So
if we're going literally by what the word Christian means, like a follower of like his disciples were followers of him, that meant they followed his teachings and were trying to do the things he taught and did. That's how I would take that, at least. I would agree if we're going with like the kind of typical way of going with Christianity, then yeah, I wouldn't be Christian. I've been told lots of times I'm not a Christian by those kind of fundamentalist type of Christians.
Okay, so my issue is, why do you have to be a Christian to believe in these things? The things Jesus spoke aren't specific to Jesus.
Yeah.
So what's the point of being Christian?
I think that's kind of was my initial thought, is it just, if that particular way of following those things, if you find the way Jesus did it meaningful to you, like for me, I grew up in that environment of learning that, and I find that a meaningful way to interact with the world that's helping me and others, then I think that would be a good enough reason to do it or follow it.
So when Jesus in the Bible tells people to still follow the laws of Moses, some of which being selling your daughter into sex slavery, right? Like what would be your response to this? Because I would just say, like, it looks like Jesus.
I just wouldn't interpret it that way.
What do you mean you wouldn't interpret it that way?
So when he says, I'm assuming you're kind of going with that he says he's the fulfillment of the law.
No, he specifically says, speaking about the Moses, the Abrahamic laws, the laws of Leviticus and the laws of Exodus, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Like literally saying, like, those who follow these laws, they're the good ones. Those who don't follow these laws, they're the bad ones.
Yeah, I think that's Matthew. Yeah, I think kind of the whole framing that the Gospels give of Jesus is that his whole kind of deal, I guess, is that he was reframing all of that all these Old Testament Levitical laws and whatnot to kind of have basically he was reinterpreting them for his time period and kind of like critiquing the interpretations of the particular religious groups of his time. And
where do you operate under the belief that he was doing this? Where do you have evidence that this is what was happening?
Yeah, so there's specific texts where like he works on the Sabbath, and then the religious like the Pharisees of the time try to like accuse him of doing something illegal under their law, and he literally reinterprets the law to fit what he's doing at that time. Part of that too comes from kind of our understanding of how the Gospels were written. They use kind of this thing called midrash, which is like they're already creatively interpreting the Old Testament to begin with when they're writing about Jesus, to kind of make the Old Testament more fit their understanding of Jesus.
Yeah, I don't fully agree with this. I think it's very clear that Jesus is what's the word I'm looking for? I think it's very clear that Jesus is telling his followers to remain faithful, even if he himself is not faithful to the laws. I mean, this is why he says, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom. And he doesn't tell people to set aside the rules. He just himself doesn't follow them. I think this is again.
Well, that's not, I don't think that fits the like intended meaning of the author. Like that's kind of how I would determine if something is like, that's
the intended meaning of the author was that the intended meaning of the author, when we're looking at Matthew, is that Jesus is a prophet. Jesus is the Messiah. That's the intended meaning. So if you if you want to talk about intended meaning, you're the one who's looking for a different intended meaning here. Matthew is very specific that Jesus is the Messiah.
Well, but again, that meaning of Messiah is not the modern Christian interpretation of Messiah as the Son of God.
What? Yeah, wait, I hold on. First of all, they do reference Jesus being the Son in the Gospels, but Further than that,
John, he does.
Sure. Further than that, they definitely reference Jesus as a prophet.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is the prophetic tradition was not Jesus as like a god, like prophets weren't god-like figures in that time period. So saying Jesus was a prophet wouldn't have been like
so
a radical
Mark says at the very beginning, Mark says the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Peter in Mark 8:29, he specifically says Peter calls Jesus the Messiah. You are the Messiah. Matthew,
yes.
Jesus is introduced as the Son of David, which was a title of the Messiah.
Yep.
Yes,
but what that means is a completely different thing than what a modern reader would interpret that as, like an ancient.
What? The Messiah meant Son of God.
No. So Messiah means something different. Let me pull up the.
Okay, well, either way, Mark directly calls him the Son of God.
Yeah, but again, that has a different meaning in an ancient context.
I disagree that they. What's your evidence that they meant something differently there?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of critical scholarship that has a lot of data to show this. I can pull one up if you want. But a good example is that Jesus never calls himself God. Like that's a pretty straightforward one.
But I'm not claiming that he's God. I'm not making the claim that he's God. I'm saying that he calls himself that they're making the claim that he's the Son of God.
Yeah, and so the question would be, what does that mean, right? In a modern Christian interpretation of that, kind of the typical one that we see, is that means he is God, like it's equivalent, right?
No. Hold on. Stop. Because that's not what I'm claiming here. I'm claiming that he would be the Son of God in the text. He would be the Son of God. And the text affirms that he's the Son of God. Whether or not you think he's God or not, separate of the point. The text affirms he is the Son of God.
So my question in it then is, what are we meaning when we're saying that he's the Son of God? What does that mean?
Well, it means they're referring to him as a prophet, that he came down to fulfill the prophecies and wipe away sin.
Okay, so that's where I would disagree with what the meaning of prophet is, if we're kind of equivocating Son of God and being a prophet.
Sure, but that's what the gospel authors mean. Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, Mark, that's what they mean.
No, well, because the prophetic tradition, this is another thing where modern Christianity views a prophet as someone who is like predicting the future or fulfilling some sort of previous predicting of the future.
Yes, they believed Jesus fulfilled the prophecies.
No, because what a prophet was at that time wasn't someone predicting wasn't the ancient understanding of a prophet. A prophet was a person who critiqued the current system that was in place, like an imperial system, right? In the Old Testament, it was like the Babylonians or the Assyrians, or sometimes even Israel itself. And that's what Jesus was. That's how he was a prophet. Is he's critiquing both the like kind of Pharisees, but also the Roman kind of oppression of his people at that time. That's like the primary thing he's doing. That's why he's a prophet.
I think it's very clear that the gospel writers, at the very least, the people who actually wrote about Jesus, viewed Jesus as some divine figure that they relate to messiahship and to being son of the Lord. They believed and wrote about Jesus engaging in miracles. They believed all of this. They believed that Jesus would be, that when you died, you would. So I'm what?
Well, I was just going to say, I think that you're assuming the beliefs of the author based on like a specific interpretation of the text, right? This is why there's a lot of, again, like critical scholarship that attributes different beliefs to the writers of the Gospels. That they didn't have this, that like, for example, that this belief of Jesus as God, or even kind of son of, however we're kind of defining the term was a much later development in Christian history, like almost like hundreds of years later.
What do you call? Do you believe that the writers of the Synoptic Gospels, when they claim Jesus performed miracles, do you believe this is them claiming Jesus was divine in any way, shape, or form?
I think I interpret it as them using the story of him performing a miracle to convey a specific idea about him. And I don't think the main idea they're trying to convey is like godhood.
Do you think that I disagree so much on this, and I think this is not disputed heavily in theist authorship. Do you believe that when the authors of the Gospels write that when you die and go to heaven, you'll sit in at the foot of Jesus, and Jesus will make a decision? Do you think this is them describing that Jesus is divine in any way?
So I'm trying to, what passage are you specifically talking about? Because
Matthew writes in Matthew 25, I think it is, sheep and the goats, that when the Son of God sits on his throne, he will line all of the people of every nation up into two separate lines. The Son of God, he's inferring is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that's a parable that's trying to convey again a specific. I think the point of that passage is not to convey an idea about a speculation about what happens after you die. The main point of the sheep and the goats is to convey the idea that they should be helping the least, like the oppressed, right? That's the main point of that.
I think the common consensus amongst both theist and non-theist scholars are that the gospel writers believed in Jesus Christ and believed that believed in Jesus Christ's divinity.
I don't think so. Like, at least from what I've read, the majority of critical scholars.
Okay, can you point me to a critical scholar that disagrees with this?
Yeah, so there's Dan McClellan, I would say, would be that one. I think
Dan, you're telling me Dan doesn't think that the gospel authors believe in Jesus' divinity?
Well, yeah, he even said.
Okay, well, I'm gonna message him and ask him that, and to find out if he actually does believe
you can do that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know him personally, but I have a direct line of contact to him.
I'd be interested to see what he has to say. Yeah, I think what was the other one I was just thinking of? I'm forgetting now. I'm having a brain fart. I'll think of it in a second once it comes back to me. But I guess my thought would just be that, like, there is a lot of critical scholarship that, like, has a different take on the way the Gospels can be interpreted. Like, they don't have to be interpreted in kind of that typical...
Dan literally has a point on his blog about Jesus' divinity that I'm going to read right now.
Okay. Sure.
And not so much that I just want to confirm whether Dan thinks that Jesus was divine, but whether or not he believes the Gospels believe Jesus to be a divine being.
Yeah. That's kind of the main question. Oh, Bart Ehrman. That's the other guy I was thinking of. Bart Ehrman is another good one. I think while you're looking it up, I think just kind of the question of who gets to decide what makes someone a Christian or not, I guess is kind of the question I'm curious about.
I would boil down Christianity to the belief in Christ's divinity.
Yeah, but based on what? Like is it just kind of
because what I'm finding here is Jesus doesn't claim to be God, which I agree.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that coming from Dan, but I don't see him saying anything about whether or not the authors of the Gospels believed him to be divine. I think that's a different question. I'm not showing
my thought would be is it because they're the ones writing these Gospels, right? If they believed Jesus was God or divine or however we want to define it, then they probably would have put him saying that. Like they probably would have attributed that to him from him. Like
I feel like they do. I feel like they do put through his divinity in a lot of different areas.
And I think that the question is like what does that mean, right? That's again kind of the point I'm making is if it's just kind of like this statement of like, oh, he's God, then that comes much later as a development in like the thinking of early Christians. The idea that he was like interacting with God in the same way a prophet did in the Old Testament, I think that's pretty clear from the text. But I think that's a different thing than what the later developments have, you know. Like I'm okay with saying Jesus is the Son of God, but to me that means something different than like what a fundamentalist Christian is going to mean by that.
Yeah, my only issue with this is I don't know that we're necessarily saying that they're equal to God, that Jesus was equal to God. And I think I think there can be a very difference about divinity here. At least in the sense of what we're talking about. I'll have to look more into this, but I'm not finding any evidence from anyone that's convincing enough to tell me that the gospel authors didn't believe in Jesus's divinity. I think it's very clear from the words that they wrote that they fully do.
I think what the divinity means to them is also different than what a modern Christian means by Jesus is God or Jesus is, like that's an important distinction too. I think is like there's a big difference in the meaning of the term from ancient to modern.
Anyway, I'm gonna move on because somebody does want somebody did pay to move on. So
yeah, that's okay. Thanks for letting me chat.
Yep, no problem.
All right, bye.
I don't think there are. I think it's very clear from the way that they wrote about Jesus that they believed in his divinity. I don't know. I think it's pretty. I need a snack. So I'm going to go on a quick break, grab a quick a snack, like 5 minutes, not even. And then I will be right back, and we will continue taking calls. We have some theists on the line, so we're going to take some calls from some more theists who do think that there are reasons to believe in Christianity. So let me just go on a quick break, and then when I come back, we will do all of that fun stuff. 5 minutes minimum. 10 minutes maximum. Be right back. I guess we listened to this multiple times, but it's fine.
But this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
I really need to make a list of things I need to do, and that is fix my be right back and come back screen and stuff. Anyway, we're back. We'll get to the next callers on the list so we can continue with the debates. Thank you guys again for the people that have super chatted. Thank you to the people that have sent tips on Venmo and Cash App and all that. We're going to keep it going here, as we should. Next up we have, let me hit that button here. Next up we have Zach, and Zach wants to tell us that there's a lot of reasons to believe in Christianity. So let's bring Zach up and find out. Zach, if you could please provide me with your age and pronouns.
27 and he, him.
Okay, and Zach, you think there are good reasons to believe in Christianity. What would those be?
Yes. Just to preface, if I don't make a lot of sense, because it's 5:30, I'm from Australia. I'm on an active overnight, so I'm quite tired.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to preface, I think a lot of people focus on the negative things that have come out of Christianity, and not even of Christianity, of people twisting Christianity to suit them going out and doing something bad. Whereas I think when you actually look at the Bible and what it actually teaches, it's not bad for humanity to follow it. Of course, nowadays with people believing a lot of things that aren't, biologically true, or, go against biologically what we're meant to be doing, which I don't really have a strong opinion of either way. It has very good ground rules. It's what sets morality, and you can see that in countries that.
Which part of the Bible's? I'm sorry. Which part of the Bible's morality are we agreeing with?
I think so. I disagree with what the last caller said, where Jesus came and basically changed all the Levitical law. He never changed the Levitical law. He came. He even said he wasn't here to change the old law. So that would be the moral law that humanity should live by.
Okay. Why should I believe in a moral system that says it's okay to sell your daughter into sex slavery?
Okay, I want to know where that is, because I hear
it's specifically where the Bible. Yeah, I'll pull it up. The Bible specifically talks about what happens to Israeli servants and Israeli slaves after 7 years, and it says that. Yeah. Let me pull it up.
You able to give me the verse? Sorry.
Yep. Hold on. So it is. Exodus 21:8. And if we go to the full text of Exodus 21, it talks about the Hebrew servants. So it talks about how if you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free. So it talks about how they go free if they're males. It says, but if a man sells his daughter, though, as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. But if she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. And if he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. So it's basically selling her to be his wife slave. And then she's stuck as his wife slave. As long as he's pleased with her, she's stuck as his wife slave.
Okay. So would you agree that the Bible is not just purely parable, but it is also a historical document that, you know, you don't have to agree with everything in it, but it is a historical document that goes back and actually lists out things that were done back in those times.
Sure, but Exodus is specifically laws given to Moses by God that people are to follow.
Yes. Yes, correct.
So this would be one of those. This wouldn't be a
then,
parable. This would be a law that God gives to Moses to give to the Israelite people.
Oh, no, 100% I understand that. When it comes to these laws surrounding slavery, it isn't... Yes, God could have turned around and said, absolutely no slavery whatsoever. None at all. And that would make it a lot easier to defend this sort of crap in the Bible. But you have to, in order to change you need to change things in steps, if that makes sense. Like, you can't just go from one thing straight down to nothing.
Why did he not change in steps the eating of shellfish? He just told them, don't do that.
Well, Jesus did actually come and, you know, basically was like, oh, the meat is clean. What are you talking about? Like, it gets cleansed through
No,
the
but
body.
prior to this, in Exodus, or in Leviticus, God literally goes, don't eat shellfish, but he can't tell them don't own slaves.
Well, slave ownership was, one, it was different. It wasn't the sort of slavery of the, you know, of the South.
In Exodus, God affirms that a slave owner can beat their slaves as long as their slaves don't die. That it's okay to beat your slaves up until the point of death as long as they don't die. That seems pretty brutal of a slave. So even if it's different, that seems pretty brutal of a slave ownership, right?
Yes, it does seem pretty brutal, but a lot of slaves, when you look at the context that also goes into it, it's not a lifelong generational ownership of slaves.
It is for non-Israelite slaves. Leviticus 25 verses 44 to 46 says that your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also own some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. So it is generational slavery.
Does it mention that they can take the children that those people have as slaves? I'm talking generationally, as in those slaves will have children, and then those children will become slaves under the ownership of those people.
Okay, would that make it better? They're still owning people for their entire lives, and they're keeping people as inherited property.
I'm not saying it makes it better. Well, it technically is better than owning several generations of a family as slaves. It is technically better. You know, trolley situation. I'm not saying it's good. What I am saying is pulling the brakes on a trade that the entire world was utilizing in full force. Like, the Egyptians owned slaves, the Assyrians owned slaves. Slavery was one of the biggest exports and, you know, was one of the biggest economical things back in that time. To turn around and say, hey, look, you're actually going to treat these slaves better. And
beating them is treating them better?
Better than killing them.
The other people weren't killing them either. They were using them for labor. Killing them would have been pointless because they need them to be labor. Just really quickly. Wait, hold on, really quickly. You said slavery was this thing that existed in all these societies and it was hard to get out. Why would the Israelites have had slaves, though? They had just left Egypt, according to Exodus. They didn't bring any other people from other nations with them. Where would they wouldn't have had slaves as a practice in their society? But here is God telling them, you can actually go own slaves. Wouldn't it have been better for God to have said, hey, you guys don't have slaves, so you shouldn't start to own slaves?
What happened after the Exodus of Egypt?
God told the Israelites to go murder a bunch of people and take their virgins as sex slaves.
Are you talking about the siege of Jericho? Is it Jericho? Jericho?
This would be the Midianite people.
The Midianite. Look, I don't know too much about the Midianite. I know a little bit about Jericho. But when it came to basically, yeah, after the Exodus, they went and they took a bunch of land. When you take land, you tend to have prisoners of war, but back then you didn't have prisoners of war, you just kept them as slaves. And back then, you would just sell them off to whoever, you wouldn't care.
So God could have said, don't take, could God have not, because Moses gives the rules before any of this. Could God have just said to Moses, don't take war criminals? That is bad.
Okay. I just want to slightly pivot a little bit. I'm not trying to just like go away completely from the slavery topic. But sorry, I'm just trying to think. My brain's a bit slow today. When it comes to the point that I called to make, which was Christianity has been in the past used for things that aren't good and been twisted for things that aren't good, such as things like cults and, you know, debatably the Crusades. It has done a lot of good, especially in Western society, where we abolished slavery, and that decision, like that massive push to abolish slavery, was rooted in Christian belief. And a lot
the transatlantic slave trade used the Christian belief to push slavery, though. So, like, yes, I can go. Christians got rid of the thing Christians implemented, and then like, I'm not going to pat Christianity on the back for fixing its mistake.
No, and that's fair enough. But I wouldn't say people going, oh yeah, we should be able to own black people because black people are less human than us. I wouldn't call those people actual Christians. They've twisted it.
No, they said we should be able to own black people because Leviticus tells us we can own people from the nations around us.
But when you look at Jesus's teachings, like if you were saying that the Jewish people implemented slavery, then I'd have a much harder
Jesus
time
tells us to continue following the old laws. He tells us not to stop following the old laws. He never once tells people don't own slaves.
But he also says, treat your neighbors how you treat yourself. And treat, like, you know, he was very adamant. You wouldn't want to be a slave, so don't own slaves.
Why didn't he just outwardly say slavery is wrong?
Because the reason he spoke in parables and the reason he, you know, sort of went around issues indirectly pointing to them was because he had to be able to preach his gospel without just immediately getting killed by the Jewish people and immediately just getting strung up by the Romans.
He was already under threat of being strung up for saying the stuff he was already saying.
Of course he was. But the only point where he actually got strung up was when he said in front of the Sanhedrin, in front of the Romans, I am God.
No, he didn't get strung up. He didn't get crucified for saying I am God. He got crucified for being labeled the King of the Jews. They actually didn't believe they didn't believe in his God. So they didn't care if he was going around claiming he was his God. It was specifically for making a claim to political power, which was claiming he was the King of the Jews. That's the reason he was crucified. But Jesus outwardly tells us a lot of sins not to do. He outwardly says that you shall not commit adultery in Matthew 5:27-28. He said, you have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. Like he says that, and then he says, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Like he outwardly goes against these things all the time. Why didn't he just outwardly say slavery is wrong?
I don't know. That is a good question.
I think it's because he didn't believe slavery was wrong. And then you have Paul, who went first and was the first person to write about his teachings. And Paul outwardly tells people that they should, that slaves should obey their earthly masters. Not saying that, hey guys, I talked to Jesus's ghost and he actually told me slavery was wrong. No, it's slaves. You need to obey.
So here's the thing. While Jesus didn't explicitly condemn slavery, a lot of his teachings aren't compatible with slavery. So if you're to follow Jesus's teachings, you're not going to own slaves.
Which teachings specifically are incompatible with slave ownership?
He made plenty of parables, putting emphasis on equality between Gentile and Jew, and just the fact that he would even reach out and baptize Gentiles, which back then was a massive no-no. Like it was if you had to be Jewish and all this other crap.
Jesus specifically affirms that we're all only equal in the eyes of the Lord. That there's a reason why Paul says, in the eyes of Christ, neither Jew nor Gentile, neither male nor female, neither slave nor free. He's just speaking that Jesus believes that we're all equal in heaven. He understands that on earth that's not the case.
The line you said, we're all equal in the eyes of the Lord, how does that not apply to the natural world?
Because God believes slaves are not equal to Israelites. Hence why he told Israelites it's okay for them to own slaves. It's okay for them to beat their slaves. It's okay for them to go and take virgins as sexual slaves. If God viewed us all as equal, he wouldn't have allowed the Israelites to do this.
I think the thing is in the eyes of the Lord, women have a role to serve and men have a role to serve. Men have a role of protecting and working and making decisions in the home. The wife or the woman in the home has the role of being subservient to the man, but not in this, not in the way that the world thinks at the moment, where it's like, oh, I just have to listen to every single thing he says without question, or else I'm going to get bitch slaps like it was back in the 50s and 40s. That's an instance there of Christianity.
Hold on. I'm just confused. What does this have to do with Moses specifically commanding under the Lord's purview for the Israelites to go and genocide a group of people and take the virgins as sexual slaves?
Because I have not researched the sexual slaves. I've only done research into the slavery that was more
so really quickly, Numbers 31:15-18 talks about the slaughter of the Midianite people, and Moses says specifically, now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. Why would they be saving the virgins for themselves?
Well, Yeah, I'm reading the verse. It doesn't explicitly say for that reason.
What would be the reason of saving specifically the virgins? If not to, what would be taking the virgins for yourself? What would that mean? To save for yourself the virgins.
Well, what is it? Just first come, first serve. You see a virgin, you nab them. Like, what do you like?
Yeah. Kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. What would be the point of saving them? What does that mean? Save for yourself.
Sorry, I'm just looking up some stuff so I can get a bit of a better grasp on this point.
I just don't know what else you would be saving women for yourselves for. I guess that's what confuses me.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It could be for, it could be for sexual slaves. It could just be something else, maybe because
what else? What possible other else could there be?
Could be that the people that weren't virgins slept with men outside of marriage or were immoral in their sexual promiscuity. So they
sure, but he's not saying save all the virgins so they can come into our society. He's saying save. First of all, I think it's crazy that they're killing children, but not like little boys, but not killing the virgin women and the virgin girls. But he's saying, like, if that was the case, if it was just don't kill anyone that slept with someone outside of marriage, why kill the little boys? Why kill the virgin boys? Why kill the babies?
So when it comes to children, Jesus says it very explicitly in the Bible that that I don't know the exact scripture, I don't know the exact words, but basically that all children are pure in the eyes of the Lord. So
except Moses told the Israelites to kill all the boys, and God had no issue with this.
Yes. But what that means is it doesn't mean that, God didn't say that. It says he said that in the Bible. So what that means is those children are in heaven. They are not judged based on their parents' wrongdoing.
So killing them was okay?
Not okay, but it's
is it
a trolley problem.
Okay, hold on. It's not a trolley problem at all. The trolley problem would be these people are definitely going to die and these people are definitely going to die. Who do we save? This problem is Moses going, kill all of them unless they're virgin girls. In which case, you get to take them for yourself.
The trolley problem I'm talking about is these children are going to grow up with a preconception of, all of our parents were killed by these people. We don't like these people. We're going to rebel against these people. We're going to try and kill these people from the inside.
So we kill the children because of a crime they may. Moses needed to kill the children for a crime they may commit in the future.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't be a may commit, but I agree. It's not cut.
It wouldn't be a may
not
commit.
Easy. It would. Sorry, no, it wouldn't be a may commit. Just look at. I know this is shifting the topic a little bit, but just look at Palestine at the moment.
What about Palestine at the moment?
there are generations of children growing up in Palestine. There is footage of children in Palestine, in Gaza, calling for the death of all Jews because of what has happened and what they've seen.
There's footage of
happen to
children
their
in Israel
people.
calling for the death of all Palestine children and the death of all
Yes.
Palestinians. What's your point?
I'm not saying both. My point is, it wouldn't be in May if a group of people went into a place.
Can
slaughtered.
Moses see the future?
No, but you can predict.
So
the
then
future.
it is a may. It's not a guarantee because Moses can't see the future, and God never prophesies to Moses that the innocent
fair.
boys are the boys that are slaughtered by the Israelites. Were those boys innocent? Had they committed
I don't
crimes?
know.
What about the babies? Were the babies innocent?
Yeah, I'd say the babies would be innocent.
So why slaughter them?
I don't know.
And then why take the women as your sex slaves?
Well, we don't know they were sex slaves, but I don't.
What else could they have been?
Again,
Take four.
know.
If I had 2 apples on my table, and I said, "Hey, Zach, there's apple A and apple B. Zach, don't touch apple A. Okay, I'm eating that one, but you can have apple B for yourself." What does that mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
So then, like,
but again, like you're basing your entire argument of why Christianity shouldn't exist
on Christianity, based on what Christianity tells us.
You're basing it purely on slavery because that's the only argument you've brought up so far. And
that's just the argument I'm using. I can make others, but I think it's the most compelling argument. So that's why I keep coming back to it. I think the most compelling argument when Christianity tells us it's okay and moral to own another person and beat that person as long as they don't die, I think it's pretty fucked up.
I don't agree that the Bible considers it moral and right to do it.
You may. What does it mean? What does God mean when he says you may do something? It means that thing is not morally incorrect. It means it's morally permissible. He says specifically you may own slaves. You may beat your slaves as long as they don't die. You may do these things. Means God is saying you can, meaning it's not immoral to do. But that's I mean, sit with that maybe, and maybe in the future you'll realize, oh shit, I was wrong. There's slavery, and the Bible says it's okay. And maybe you can call back at a later date, Zach, and tell us. Thanks for calling. Thanks for playing the game. Shout out to Cassandra Snow and Music Sheep for the pay to move on. Bro, come on. Why can't Christians just admit, oh yeah, God was kind of fucked up for allowing that? I don't know what else they could have taken the virgins for. Maybe they were just going to form a virgin boy band, and they were going to be like the Spice Girls and do Spice Girl medleys. Maybe that was what they were taking all the virgins for. Definitely wasn't to sleep with. I half expected him to go, they were going to take him for marriage, but like that would have still been sex slavery. It's not like they can say no in the marriage, you know? It's not like they can just be like, no, I'm not sleeping with you ever. Oh, the Epstein file vote is happening right now. Let me just pull it up and have it in the background, and once we get the full vote count, we'll see. We got any live streams of it? Go to YouTube. $37 Republican yays, 48 Democrat yays, 85 in total. Oh, the nays didn't go on record? Did the nays not go on record? I mean, we can figure it out if we just see who the yays were. How many did they need? They only needed 60, right? Or is that the Senate? The Senate would need 60. I'll keep this up in the background while we keep going. All right, next up, we're going to bring our final caller of the day. This is Donna. Donna thinks that the Christian God is real, is not evil, and says they know their biblical lore. So maybe Donna will be able to tell us why God allowed the capture of virgins for sex slavery. Who knows? Donna, welcome to the show. If you could please provide me your age and pronouns, please.
I don't use pronouns. I've had children. Let's just put it that way. So
I'm sorry.
But
wait, I'm sorry, Donna. The rules of the show are that those are the 3 questions I ask, and they need to be provided to move on. But it's weird you said I don't use pronouns because I is a pronoun. Okay, so what pronouns do you use as a woman?
A woman. That's all I am. I'm a woman.
This is Donna. Woman went to the doctors yesterday. Did that make sense? Did that make sense as a sentence that I said in the English language?
Well, using pronouns doesn't make sense. He, she, they, them. I mean, what?
He and she doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yes, we are quite literally talking to a crowd, Donna. There are like over 1,000 people watching us right now.
But when you say your pronouns to somebody, like when they say, "Oh, I'm they them," well, where's the rest of you then?
They them has been a singular pronoun since the 13th century, Donna.
Oh my gosh. You know, but,
I hate to break it to you. Shakespeare was using they, them as a singular pronoun.
I really don't care. Y'all can say whatever you want. You know, I'm just a woman. That's what I am.
So what pronouns do you use, Donna?
Okay.
Woman / of God?
I don't use a pronoun.
I is a pronoun, Donna. So you keep using pronouns to tell me you don't use pronouns.
Okay, do you want to argue about the English language or do you want to argue?
I have 3 questions that I ask everybody at the start of the show. Those 3 questions are required. And you've been sitting in the call long enough to hear me ask those questions to other people. So then answer the question. What are your pronouns?
I'm a woman.
So what pronouns do you go by, Donna? Otherwise, I'm going to just assign pronouns to you.
Okay, assign one to me.
Okay, great. This is Donna. He is here to talk about God. So Donna, welcome to the show. Donna, you think that you can prove
birth for children?
Yep. You would not give me pronouns, so I assigned pronouns to you. Your pronouns are he, him. Thank you for joining the show, Donna. What is your evidence that God is real?
Okay. Now you got me all befuddled.
Donna, I'll change the pronouns if you have other ones you'd prefer to be called, but you said I could assign them to you. So I'm assigning you he, him. Do you have pronouns you'd prefer to use instead of those?
Yeah, just a woman. I'm a woman.
Woman is not a pronoun in the English language. Unless you use neopronouns, which would be very progressive of you. Are you a member of the LGBTQ community?
She, her.
Oh, she, her.
No.
Oh, yeah. Damn. 3 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Okay, great. Donna, she, her, 62. Donna, do you have evidence God is real?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Well, are we talking about Jesus and how he is the Son of God? And
I have no reason to believe Jesus is the Son of God. I do believe Jesus of Nazareth as a human probably existed. He meets, in my mind, the criteria of any ancient figure. I don't believe there's any truth to the mysticism claims of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Jesus called the Son of God primarily because he is considered God in human form. He was conceived by the Holy Spirit.
Okay, what's your evidence of this?
Title. this title, it signifies his divine nature, his authority, his unique relationship with God the Father.
What is your
rather than
evidence
a
that he has
biological
divine
father.
authority?
Well, Jesus and the Son of God, because he's God made manifest in the flesh, and he was conceived in the womb of a virgin.
What
Mary
is your evidence that he was conceived in the womb as to Mary as a virgin?
Because my Bible tells me so, and I believe it.
Okay, so you use circular reasoning to come up with your beliefs. The Bible tells you that this happened, and instead of looking for evidence of this outside of the Bible, you just believe that the Bible said it. That would be a circle. The Bible has made a claim that this happened, and you believe that claim with very little evidence.
There's evidence all throughout the Bible.
The Bible is making the claim, not the evidence. Did anybody who wrote the Bible see Jesus's birth?
Yes, the three wise men. The
three wise men didn't. The three wise men didn't write any of the biblical books. The three wise men did not write a single one of the books in the Bible. They didn't write a single gospel, a single verse. So I don't believe the three wise men existed.
Okay, well, do you believe Roman history? Because during Jesus' trial, before the Jewish leaders, the high priest demanded of Jesus, I charge you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God. And that's Matthew 26.
There are zero living records in the Roman, because Romans were very good about keeping historical records. It's how we know a lot about Caesar.
Yeah,
it's how we know a lot about other Romans. There's not a single current existing.
About who writes
there isn't a single.
Whoever won.
There isn't a single Roman record. Romans wrote records about the people they killed all the time. There's not a single Roman record from Rome that verifies that Jesus existed at all. They did not write. They have no legal records of Jesus. Now there were people who existed around the time.
Pontius Pilate didn't exist.
Pontius Pilate did not write a single written record about Jesus Christ.
But he did write to Caesar about Jesus.
No.
And the problem that he was having with the Jewish
we have no records. We have no records of Pontius Pilate writing. We have no records of a letter Pontius Pilate wrote to Caesar about Jesus Christ.
Yes, the Jewish leaders responded by accusing Jesus of blasphemy. Later, before Pontius Pilate, the Jews insisted we have a law, and according to that law, he must die because he claimed to be the Son of God. Now, he proved that he
Donna,
was
there is
divine
zero. Donna, there is zero corroborating evidence to suggest that this actually happened because we have no records of these letters anywhere. They don't exist. We didn't even know Pontius Pilate existed until we found the Pilate, I think it was like the Pontius tablets or whatever it was called. We didn't even believe, most people didn't even believe he was real until that was found. But we've been able to corroborate that Pontius Pilate was real, but we've not been able to corroborate that Jesus Christ. There are zero written records from anyone that was alive at the same time of Jesus Christ to confirm that he existed. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't believe he existed. I think it's highly probable that someone, because there were people who wrote about him post-death, but there is zero writings from anyone that knew Jesus personally. There's zero writings about Jesus in any, the closest you're going to get is like Josephus, who wrote that a man named Jesus did exist and performed great acts, but that's the closest you're getting.
Yeah, he performed divine acts of divinity.
Josephus doesn't claim that they were acts of. Josephus doesn't claim they were acts of divinity.
Lazarus from the dead.
There's no evidence that any of those things happened.
Because you don't read your Bible and you don't believe the Bible.
Donna, the Bible is the claim. Here's what we'll do. I found a notebook from the early 12th century about a sailor, and this sailor claims that he saw a mermaid. Do I now believe mermaids exist? Should I believe mermaids exist based on this notebook that I found?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know if I should believe in mermaids based on this one notebook that I found? What if I found four notebooks written by...
The Bible talks about unicorns. Does that mean that there were unicorns back in the day?
I would say no, because there's no corroborating evidence. We would need
we know that there were dinosaurs because they talk about the behemoths.
We know that there were dinosaurs because we found dinosaur bones. We have corroborating
Okay, you're gonna
evidence.
keep talking over me?
Donna, we know there were dinosaurs because we found the evidence of dinosaurs that exists outside of the Bible.
Okay, then. But so in the Bible, though, it talks about the behemoths. So when people bring up the dinosaurs and how old we are and all this, and I'm just like, yeah, that's what they say. It's a theory, just like the theory of relativity. It's a theory. Scientists have always dedicated their lives to disproving God. And why is that? And why is it that Christians are the ones that get persecuted all the time? And I mean,
I think the Jewish people get
understand-
persecuted way more than the Christians do, Donna.
Well, yeah, no. Christians over in Africa are dying by the hundreds of thousands right now, being beheaded.
Christians aren't being beheaded in Africa for being Christian.
Yes.
No, there are a large portion of Christians that are being beheaded, but it's not because they are Christian.
Bible. Let's stick to the Bible. That's what I mean, I've read this thing 4 times. 2019 was when I've always believed in God, always, because he has always come through for me. Believe me, I've had a horrible, terrible life, but every time he opened a window, or opened another door for me. And,
yes, this would be the same reason I believe in Sonic the Hedgehog, because he has always been there for me. And when I've needed doors shut, Sonic has shut those doors.
Well, I don't play video games, so I would know about that. And
Sonic is not a video game character. He's my Lord and Savior. I have an entire holy book about him. And that holy book was written thousands of years ago and tells me that Sonic the Hedgehog existed and that Sonic the Hedgehog performed miracles.
Lying. Now you're just making stuff up.
Prove I'm wrong. My book says I'm right.
The hedgehog wasn't even around until
the modern video game. The modern video game of Sonic was based on this religious text. They based it on that.
Well, you need to understand your Bible, okay?
I know the Bible very well.
They're talking to an audience of people that did not have the same understanding as we did. That's why Jesus spoke in parables, so the people could understand what he was talking about.
Jesus speaks very directly all the time, Donna.
And as far as
Jesus didn't always speak. Donna, Jesus didn't always speak in parable. Right. He speaks very upfront about a lot of things.
You're right. He does. I mean, in one gospel account, when the high priest asked, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One?" Jesus responded, "I am." Other passages that show him saying things that led others to conclude he was the Son of God. And
yes, what's your proof of that outside of the Bible, though?
As the Son of Man, a title that appears 81 times in the Gospels.
Yes, but you have Donna, you have no evidence to show the mysticism of Jesus outside of the Bible. The Bible is making the claim. Specifically, you're only operating under the Gospels, which were written by four anonymous people. I operate under anything else. If the Bible wants me to believe that Jesus existed, I need something outside of the Bible to do that. And we have things like Josephus. We have things like some other authors who wrote around the time of a couple, like starting about 20 years past his death. I would even say that the letters of Paul probably can affirm that Jesus existed as a person. But if you want me to believe in the extraordinary, and I, who has been living on this planet for 32 years, has seen that mysticism does not actually happen. I've never seen a man walk on water. I've never seen a man rise from the dead. I've never seen a man do all of these things. So if you want me to believe in those, I need some sort of outside corroborating evidence separate of the Bible, because the Bible is making the claim. So I need to claim past that, not just 4 dudes that wrote about Jesus that we don't know who they were, wrote about him 40 years after his death, and all have come wildly differing stories about what happened with Jesus.
Oh, no. They all eventually get to the same point that, yes, they saw him. 500 people saw him after his resurrection.
The only person to make the claim that 500 people saw Jesus after his resurrection was Paul in one line of one of his letters. It's never mentioned in the Gospels. Matthew doesn't write about it. Luke doesn't write about it. Mark doesn't write about it. John doesn't write about it. It is one line in one letter of one letter from Paul that most even Christian historians believe was added after the fact.
Well, John wrote that Jesus appeared to Mary Magdalene. He also
John wrote a lot of
Jesus
crazy
appeared
stuff.
to Thomas.
Yeah. There's a lot of
And
contradictions
Jesus
in the
appeared to his
Gospels.
disciples.
There's a lot of contradiction in the Gospels, especially in John. John contradicts stuff directly from Mark, Luke, and Matthew. That's why those three are considered the synoptic Gospels, and John is not considered a synoptic Gospel.
Okay. And to answer the last caller who could not answer why they took virgins, it's because they were clean. They were clean and
clean to do what with?
And he was exactly right about why they killed the babies, because revenge would have come back.
How would the babies, if they just raised the baby, Donna, two things. What does them being clean matter? And second, if they just raised the babies to think that they're Israelites, why would the babies seek revenge? They wouldn't know that they were from another people.
Yeah, they would.
They were
Remembers.
babies.
I mean,
They're
I'm Native
babies. What are you talking
American
about?
and
Can you
I
wait?
remember.
I'm sorry.
I know
You
my
remember?
history.
You know your history because you were told your history, Donna. If you were never told that history, you wouldn't have history to remember.
Oh, so are you disputing the Trail of Tears and us putting us on reservations?
You were told about the Trail of Tears, Donna. Had no one, if somebody took you, Donna, and raised you in Ireland, right? They took you as an infant, as a 2-month-old infant, and raised you in Ireland and never told you that you were a member of this group, you would have no idea because they didn't tell you. Because babies don't have long-term memories, Donna.
You don't know. Once again, the mothers would have told them what happened.
The mothers were killed, Donna. The mothers were all killed, Donna. They killed the mothers.
Well, I mean, the virgins, they would have been
okay.
and
so
and
instead of keeping the babies alive and just killing all the people, it was let's kill the babies and take the virgins for ourselves. What were they doing with the virgins once why wouldn't the virgins seek revenge, Donna? They took the virgins. Those virgin women could also seek revenge.
Oh, what proof do you have that Jesus didn't exist?
I've never made the claim Jesus didn't exist, Donna. Didn't make the claim.
Well, it sounds like it to me.
No, I've not once made the claim that Jesus didn't exist. No, I'm an atheist.
God has fulfilled every promise, every prophecy that was, even like, if you know, Abraham and his son, he had 2 sons, Isaac and Ishmael. Now, Ishmael, he was born of the flesh with the servant Hagar, the Egyptian. And then Sarah had Isaac, who was born way past childbearing years. They were like 100 years old. And then Isaac.
What's your proof that happened, Donna? What is your proof that happened? The Bible.
Right. I read the stories. Yes,
Donna, the Bible is making the claim. It's not the evidence of the claim. It is the claim. It is just telling you that this thing happened, and instead of looking for evidence that was it.
And that's exactly what the Muslims say. Oh, well, Ishmael talked to Muhammad in a cave. And
I don't believe in I believe Muhammad probably was a real guy. I don't believe that he was divine. I don't believe in any of the divinity in the Bible. I don't believe in any spirituality whatsoever without proof that you don't have. And you've moved on to this other thing instead of telling me, Donna, what was the purpose of them taking the virgin girls?
Because they were clean and they wanted.
They wanted to what? They wanted to what with them? What did they want to do with the virgin girls? And so they wanted them as sex slaves. They wanted them as sex slaves.
You know what? I don't defend slavery, and I know that. And I'm a Southern Christian, So, and I know and my ancestors actually owned slaves too, on both sides of my family, which is a horrific thing for me to find out. But yeah, and I know that they tore pages out of the Bible and they taught the slaves Christianity, but they tore out pages where like it's condemning slavery.
Donna, there are 0 pages in the Bible. Donna, there are 0 pages in the Bible that condemn slavery. They do not exist. The closest you're going to get is the Bible's defense on kidnapping. But when it's talking about kidnapping, it's talking about kidnapping Israelites. There are 0 pages in the Bible that tell us to not own slaves. They do not exist. But there are multiple passages in the Bible that tells us not only that we can own slaves, but how those slaves should be treated, how you can beat those slaves, how you can sell your daughters into sex slavery. Tons of those exist.
Yes, because back then you could do that to
because
save
God
your
said it was
family
okay
from poverty.
Because no, this isn't about Israelites selling themselves out of poverty. It's about God specifically saying you can get slaves from the nations around you. You can go to these nations, conquer them, and take their people as slaves, like you've affirmed when they take the virgins from the Midianite people as sex slaves. They force them into wifehood, which is a position where they can't refuse their husbands, so they can sleep with them. How would you feel, Donna, if somebody came to your town, wiped out everyone except the virgins, took those virgins as a wife, and then forcibly made those virgins have sex with them? You'd feel pretty bad about it, right? You would be like, seems weird that a God would say this is okay.
That's the free will. That's where the free will comes in.
It's not just free will. God tells Moses it's okay. God specifically tells Moses and Eleazar, the priest, that this was an okay thing for them to do. Because he doesn't, when they come back, God doesn't say, oh, you brought virgins to use as sex slaves. This is bad. Get rid of them. He says, count all of those virgins that you got. Count them all so you know how many you have. God is directly telling them, this is cool. I'm good with this.
Well, you're hung up on the slavery issue when that has been going on since the beginning of time. And
yes, I'm hung up because God says it's okay for them to do. Donna, they took 32,000 women as sex slaves. 32,000. That's crazy.
Yeah. How many African Americans did? It was the African Americans that sold us the slaves. It was the African Americans who sold their own people into slavery.
Donna. I'm not talking about the transatlantic slave trade, Donna. I'm talking about your God of your Bible, of your religion, says it is okay to have women as sex slaves. Your God said this.
Well, he also says that the man is the head of his spouse and the woman is the head of the house. So you better know that.
So if a man tells his spouse, if according to the Bible, if a man tells his, because the man is the head of the spouse, if he tells his wife to sleep with him, she has to say yes.
When I was married.
So if your husband had said to you, Donna, if you said, I don't feel like having sex today, and your husband says, no, you have to have sex with me, you would say, yes, I do?
More than likely, yeah, because I liked it.
Okay, but I'm saying, no, Donna, I'm saying here's an instance where you don't want to. For whatever reason that day, you don't want to have sex with your husband. If he asks, can he force you to now because he's the head of the spouse?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm not a feminist. I've never been one,
So
but
it's okay that husbands rape their wives?
It's not rape when you're married.
It's rape if you say no and he does it anyway, Donna. Yes, that's rape. Doesn't matter if you're married. If someone says no, you shouldn't have sex with them.
Well, God says submit to your husbands.
Holy shit.
And your husband needs to provide. Donna,
there's no way you're this steeped in the religious trauma that it's okay for you that husbands rape their wives.
I'm not going to say what's on my mind, but more people fantasize about rape than anything else.
That doesn't make it okay to do, Donna.
It doesn't for a man to pull a woman off the streets. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't for a wife. If a man has a wife and he consistently has sex with that wife when she does not want to, Donna, that doesn't make it okay. Just because they're married. She's being forced upon against her will, and you think she should just accept that.
Well, it all goes back to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. That he, Eve we've had to suffer through painful childbirth, periods every month, and all that, and you know it all goes back to us being deceived and then us getting.
So that means women deserve to be raped by their husbands? That means that maybe not deserve, but that means you're saying that if a woman's husband wants to have sex and she doesn't, she should just give in and get rid of her consent and allow him to just do whatever the fuck he wants to her?
Not as long as it's not hitting and all that, yeah. God says
okay,
to your
Donna, I need you to. I don't know if you will. You're 62. Maybe it's too late. I need you to analyze what the fuck you just said, because that was actually insane. That was like insane to another level. Like, I've talked to a lot of people. It's not funny, Donna. You're literally saying women should be, you know what? I'm just going to move on. You laughing at women get in marital rape is fucking crazy, Donna. I hope you go where the good Lord, if he exists, is probably going to send you. And that's straight. What the fuck? How the fuck do you defend that shit, dude? I don't give a fuck if you're married. If someone doesn't want to have sex with you, you don't force them to have sex with you. This might be the craziest clip I ever post. I'm thinking back about a lot of callers I've had. I don't know that any of them were that bad. I'm trying to think. There's the one dude who just said rape was okay. That may be, but like, she literally said, you should be, like, husbands should be able to rape their wives. Wow. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck, bro? I've always wondered if someone would try to defend the virgin thing by saying it's, well, they married them. And I just never, maybe I just assumed, maybe I just assumed we were better than that as people. I don't know. Maybe in my mind, we were better than this, chat. Wow. I get some fucking insane callers, dude. That video might be up tomorrow. Like, I might push that as one of tomorrow's videos, because holy shit. Here in the aftermath, let me give you guys the context. So Donna called in to defend God, and I was asking Donna about why God allowed for the sex slavery of virgins in Israel. And Donna said, well, they might have made them husbands. And I was like, that doesn't make it any better. You know, if their husbands are forcing them to have sex with them, that's still rape. And she goes, well, women are supposed to submit to their husbands. And I go, well, wait, Donna, are you saying if a husband wants to have sex with a wife and she says no, she should just give in and he should be able to do that? She said yes. She said yes. And then she laughed about it. Look, if she has some unpent up trauma that's like causing her to laugh, that's fine, I guess. I guess. But like, dude, I think Donna beats Sabrina for sure. Bro, she literally said, I think she said verbatim, it's not rape if you're married, which is insane. Okay, let me collect the super chats. The vote passed, by the way. So them files, the vote is going to go to the Senate. Them files going to be released, baby. Trump could still veto, which would be fucking insane. If Trump vetoed, bro. Donna probably doesn't want the Epstein file. Donna probably thinks that the Epstein, never mind. I'm just going to shut the fuck up. Yeah, and I don't know how to tell you that CNC is still consensual. Like, yes, some people have like CNC kinks, but that is still utterly consensual. It's make-believe. It's pretend. Well, yeah, there's some files that we can't get. Like, we won't get the grand jury stuff. That's just not allowed. That's like legally can't be released. Should we go through super chats? We got a bunch of them. Music Sheep came in clutch as the super chatter of the day. Shout out to you, Music Sheep. Super chatter of the day. Let me go through first. Let me go through T-Cham Clam, thank you for gifting 1 sub to the Twitch chat. Mouse Wrestling Adventures, thank you for subscribing to your Amazon Prime. Chucky 1044, thank you for the bits. Ghost Pepper Lollipop, thank you for subscribing to your Amazon Prime. The Actual Mill, thank you for the bits. Silly Joss, thank you for gifting 2 subs. I'm a Democrat? No. God, no. What? I'm registered under the Democratic Party so I can vote in their primaries, but no, I'm not a Democrat. Shit, dude. I can't believe what we just went through. Jimmy, I kind of wish you asked me to join in on that one. We'll pick some times next week for Jimmy to hop on with me so we can have some more. The House passed the Epstein files 427-1. Republican Clay Higgins was the lone no vote. Clay Higgins is a rapist. I'm sorry. That's all I can think. If you vote no, what the fuck? The one dude to vote no. Holy shit. Anyway, let's do our super chats. First of all, Music Sheep. Music Sheep said, a valid reason to believe in Christianity would be that it helps cope with mortality. I don't think that's a valid reason to believe in Christianity, though. You can have any system that helps you believe in cope with mortality. I'm looking for specifics on Christian, you know? From Fanatic 215, thank you for the super chat, said change the wording on the last prompt. Oh, I did that. Yeah, I did that. I mentioned that one while I was doing it. So thank you for that. From Brothel Guy, I actually love the name Brothel Guy. That's pretty funny. Tried to buy the girl's bike, but it said it can't use your address. Yeah, I'm gonna go through tonight and readjust what I'll do. Maybe I'll look at what's been ordered the most and replace some of that stuff with some new stuff. Music Sheep, guys, tell Jimmy's in the YouTube chat. Go tell Jimmy what day you want him to co-stream next week. Music Sheep said, I think point 2 is a bit bleh. Oh, you brought that up. Yeah. I think point 2 is pretty good. There's no evidence that Christianity is the one true religion. I don't believe in any religion. I think most belief in religion is flawed. So that would be the issue there. But thank you for the super chats, Music Sheep. Tim Davidson said, Trump been trying to sell the Golden Dome. We just didn't understand. I get that. That's very funny. Goddamn, 8 with that. Balthazar said, bro doesn't even realize his country normalizes trans people with Thomas the Tank Engine back in the 70s. Yeet this clown. Oh, trans people. That's funny. Sheep said, an insecure straight man questions the cat ear headphones. A straight man who understands his sexuality and doesn't fear confirmation would wear a maid outfit and throw it back with zero hesitation. God damn, that's so funny. Music Sheep also said, I activated my trap card, get skipped, idiot. Music Sheep again. Did the trans versus cis brain study also do studies across different cultures have different ideas of masculinity and femininity? Well, because it isn't about, I don't know, but I don't think masculinity and femininity would play into it as much because it was about specific brain structures. I will do a more big deep dive into those studies so I can give them to you guys a little bit more nuanced. I've written them off primarily because it doesn't tell you that trans brains are the same as cisgender brains. It just says there's similarities. So I don't really like to use those. The only good economic idea Trump had was to lower taxes on people who make their wage through tips. I don't think he actually even did anything about it, though. He just signed things federally, at least, that federal taxes won't take your tips. Sapphic Hazard, thank you for the super chat, friend. Data science specialist here. KJ is fully talking out of his ass. Statistics precede the narrative, or that narrative is colloquially bullshit. True. KJ shit was weird. Music Sheep again. Trump also said he would make at-home dialysis affordable to those with kidney failures, but I guess Trump was too busy eating Taco Bell and Bill Clinton's knob to actually follow through with it. Music Sheep, you sent so much of these. I'm just going to read a bunch of Music Sheeps back to back, basically. So for the next, couple minutes, this is the Music Sheep show, not the Jovan Bradley show. Caller should go back to where he came from. Music Sheep, I wouldn't say that. I think the caller might have been, well, I don't know what your race is. I hope that you're not white and said that. Music Sheep again. One time I showed my mom a meme saying that the Bible has sex, rape, slavery, genocide, and other abhorrent things. And my mom said, well, that's all stuff that the Bible says is bad. I don't think she actually read her Bible. I don't think she read it either. I said it before. I'll say it again. A lot of Christians are actually just secularists. That's what it felt like the one dude was a secularist, not a Christian at all. If all of Jesus's followers are Christians, then are Jews Christians, are Muslims Christians. They don't believe he was Messiah, but they followed him. Good thought. The Christian Bible makes multiple references that Jesus is both the Son of God, a piece of God, and a form of God himself. This was in reference to the caller that was saying that nowhere in the Bible does it affirm Jesus' divinity. The Romans literally made the part about miracles to make Jesus more godly. They did this to make the Roman public easier to rule under religion. This caller has no clue what he's talking about. The Romans did that. They did that. We should bring back dunce caps. They're really funny and some people should be forced to wear them. I agree. Did y'all hear that? They're cutting my grass all of a sudden. It's considered a sin to till soil with a donkey and an ox at the same time. Let me turn on some music to try to drown that out a little bit. It's considered a sin to till soil with a donkey and an ox at the same time. Same with planting two seeds in the same soil. Same verse about gay people, and both are punished the same way. There's a Bible passage where a holy man tortures a woman because she was with men who are like a horse. Incel behavior. Oh, shit. I recommend looking up Ezekiel 23 for details on the torture. YouTube won't let me post it. Okay. This caller is giving me the heebie-jeebies. I agree. Vampy! Hi, Vampy. Said, thank you for being kinder than me, Jovan. I stole Donna's pronouns, so it's nice you gave him some pronouns to borrow. Music Sheep again. Donna is schizo posting. Please end call with the 20 minutes are up and send this money to her, along with a phone number for psychiatric care. Also, Music Sheep. It's almost like the Bible was written by different people for different reasons and ideas on how the public should think. From Liquid Ice. Don't let her move away from that question. I don't remember which question, but we got to the crazy part of Donna, apparently. That's the thing. I'm really good in debates about getting people to tell me what the craziest beliefs they have are. And Donna's... Let me shut my window real quick. Golly. Okay, that's a little quieter now. Sweet. Music Sheep again. People recorded ages through moon cycles, not years. That's why people had the age of over 200. Each moon cycle is about a month. And oh, would you look at that? 100 years is almost 9 months. Music Sheep. It's time to go. True. From Batmat05, these are the consequences of religious brainwashing, and people wonder why we want to separate church and state. Agreed. Music Sheep again. Donna needs to learn about CNC. Yup. And then reminder that she said that she has raised kids. Should have asked her, what if your kids, what if your kids, you know? From McDubbin, Donna is Ghislaine. And the music tube again, by the way, my birthday is tomorrow. Oh, hopefully tomorrow, remind me tomorrow and I'll give you a birthday shout out with the birthday song. Okay. What a stream. What a stream today. Thank you to our super chatters over on Twitch. We are going to go, or over on YouTube, we are going to go to Twitch to play the second episode of Dispatch. So if you want to join us over on Twitch for that, you can come join us on Twitch. But for those of you that were here from YouTube for the debates, thank you for being here for the debate show. I'll be live tomorrow again for more debates. But thank you for being here today. And I hope you had a good day. Thursday, I won't be live because we're filming a new episode of Critical Mass. Can't wait for you guys to see that one. It's with a guest I'm really excited about. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with us over on Twitch, over on YouTube. Come to Twitch if you want to play Dispatch. And yeah, have a great rest of your... We're playing Dispatch right now. We're playing episode 2. So come join us over on Twitch for that, like literally right now. Everybody else, have a great rest of your day, YouTube. Goodbye. Hey guys. Hey Twitch. What a fucking insane stream. Holy shit. Donna might be the craziest person I've ever talked to. Like, wow, dude. That's going to be the most insane call. Like, what a psychopath, dude. Like, we're all in agreement, right? Donna is an actual fucking psychopath, right? Oh, here's Dispatch. All right. Dispatch, episode 2. Who's excited? You all excited? You all ready for fun? Hopefully I remember how to play. Now, we all agree that we trying to fuck the blonde, whatever her name is. We all agree that our path in this game is to make her our boo thing, right? You all agree with me? Blonde Blazer, we need Blonde Blazer to be our boo thing. This is not horror. It's a ad hoc superhero game. It's like a story-driven superhero game. I can't think of anybody else I'd rather make mine than if I meet someone new, I meet someone new. But right now, it's Blondie. She's my motherfucking boo thing.
Dang it! I'm gonna be late for band practice.
Unexpected things happen every day.
For band practice!
Can SDN help me out with this? It's blocking the driveway.
you can count on SDN to help lift the burdens life throws at us. Let SDN beat your rock so you can rock.
Beat your rock is crazy.
She's definitely not making it to band practice.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wait, what's that?
No, just the commercial. It was weird.
Weird. Yeah.
Waterboy is a terrible name.
Phenomenal man. He's like a rock star. It's I'm joking because of the.
How's volume for you guys? Volume good?
Cool commercial. I'm a fan. You might say. You could say that.
He's not a great actor.
He's not the best actor though, which was important for that commercial to be less weird.
He is the best actor. Well, acting when there's danger. I think if the whole world is a play, then
who is this nerd?
He's still awesome.
Can't argue that.
Oh, God. Okay. Yep, that's not right. That is not right. That is yep.
Just
yeah.
Okay, let me help.
Waterboy is him.
No, not
guess we're gonna find out.
I'm sure I.
It's soaked. You nervous? Big job interview.
No, I mean yes, but
Can you romance Waterboy?
My powers make everything wet, moist. Waterboy is how they call me, but
hey,
yes,
yo.
I am.
Oh, this motherfucker again.
Okay. Oh. Now that your face is next to a side of my face, I see that I know you, of you. You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
You, look small or
Me too, the
different
fuck?
in
You ain't
person.
special?
Never meet your heroes, kid.
Oh, wasn't sure you'd show
True.
up.
Oh, wow. Laser, Juan, a real hero.
Oh, sorry, but I need him for something. Follow me. Take your clothes off.
What's happening right now?
We don't want too many people knowing you're Mecha Man. A lot of our
Why?
dispatchers are former heroes, but it's better if you keep your identity a secret. We've had incidents in the past. Here. I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great.
I've never felt silly wearing this.
Until now.
Yeah, I was trying to imply that with the silence.
It worked. Get dressed. I have somebody I need you to meet.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or what do you... should I
Do whatever
close my
you
eyes,
want.
maybe? If that makes you more comfortable.
It's fine, I don't mind.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sure.
I mean, don't stare me straight in the eyes or anything, because that would be odd.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... There.
Oh, she looking. Oh, she
It doesn't
looking.
look like it, but I am flexing every
Yo,
muscle
he's
in my
been
body right
fucked
now.
up. God damn, he's
Really?
scarred up.
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I want to say again, I'm sorry about last night. I regret the way I conducted myself. It was a mistake. A complicated mistake.
This is a game.
I can go into the details of those complications with you later.
Look, I'll take your lead. So if it's complicated or whatever, just, let me know when it isn't. It was a nice night. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
Right, that's why you brought me to this conference room to strip down in front of you. Profesh.
Are you serious?
No way.
Who locks a conference room? So, you two fuck or what?
No professional lines were crossed.
All right. So just like grinding, clothes on stuff.
Oh shit,
Izzy,
she funny.
knock it off. I just got a little tipsy at our meeting.
A meeting? Is that what it was?
Robert, this is Invisigal. She is part of the Phoenix program. We take former supervillains, such as herself, and rehabilitate them to re-enter society to use their powers for... Are those my earrings?
Well, they look better on me.
Invisigal, this is Robert. He'll be your team's dispatcher.
A washed-up dad-bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
His identity, all of this, that's staying between us. He's still Mecha Man, but that can't get out.
Why?
If it does, I'll know who it came from.
You think I want to tell people our dispatcher's a fucking loser?
Having superpowers doesn't automatically make you a superhero. You're born with one, you have to earn the other.
Well, I'm wet. I see why you like him. Look at that trip. What does that look? Best Buy Fight Club? Fucking hot.
We have a weekly ranking list for all the heroes in the company.
And she's at the bottom.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain. We're trying to rebrand her.
Yeah, I thought Invisigal felt kind of corny for her.
Oh yeah? The name was my idea. Just get your shirt on, Dad Bod.
Criticism still stands. Like, what? It's corny-ass name. Don't make corny names. I don't know what to tell you.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
We're not the highest profile branch in the network, but we've got what makes the real
Oh,
difference.
I shouldn't look at my phone because I'm gonna miss shit like I did last
Some
time.
of them aren't even people, and they're still great.
What is with the cat?
One of the 3 copiers on this floor. Fax, scan, does literally everything. Documentation, one of the 3 Ds at SDN. There tends to be a healthy amount of paperwork. I used to call it triple Ds, but I was informed that had a different connotation.
What kind of heroes end up here?
Oh, all sorts. Some that are tired of doing it themselves, some heroes who prefer teams.
And some that used to be called Invisibitch. Quite the eclectic roster.
Yep. We're all about diversity. Lana works in the mailroom, from a different galaxy altogether. And then there's Galen, way back there, born with super hearing. He's from...
Florida.
Florida! Of course. Florida man over there. Hey, easy on the bath salts.
That was one guy.
Hey, speaking of bath, where is the,
Oh, need a bio break?
Excuse me?
Restroom. I mean, it's right over there.
Bio break. Corny.
At work, I tend to get a little...
Corny?
Corporate, Dick. Meet me in the records room when you're done. If you get lost,
Shit,
look for
my
the door
bad.
that says records room.
Bruh, I almost went in my pants. Hey, you this Robert people talking about? What's up, brother? My auntie named me Roy, but people call me Roy.
I'm not fisting you while I'm peeing, dude.
Oh, my bad. You think I don't touch my ding-a-ling, Because we stay in the lure.
Kind of part of the process.
No need to worry, brother. It's okay.
So roid, like steroid?
Huh? Hell no, brother. No, cuz. Listen. Get 2 other guys here. They go by the name Roy. So I think it's like, we go scrap, we go ground, I boss you up, and then, you got Royd. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's what I think.
Yo, are you still peeing, dude?
Hey, you think that's why they call me Roy? Like I'm on steroids. Cause they think I'm some kind of a juice head? They think I'm not natty, bro? They think Roy's not natty.
No, I'm just kidding, man. Just making jokes about your name and the shitter.
Whatever. I no care.
Nokia is probably best. Nice meeting you, Royd, even if it was while we were both holding our dicks.
You one funny bugger.
Wash your hands!
Man.
Okay, so I was worried about your unwashed hand, but now I'm worried that everyone here knows who I am.
Nah, brother. It's Kapu. Need to know basis and Roy need to know. I don't want to come pick up your soup or fix them for the SDN.
Cool. You gonna wash before you do that?
Nah, bro. I never touch nothing. Just touch my pants and underwear only. Even for shake, I just do like this.
I mean... Hey, you know what?
Can you show me again? I don't think I got it.
If you're not touching it, you're not touching it. I guess you good. Like,
Holy shit. Who's this freckle-faced fuck?
Oh, fuck you.
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Look at this skinny latte prick. Your bones, kid. You
Very old man.
Assholes in the shape of what?
That's the idea.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
Why are you all tense? What? It's a hug, not a hand job. Lighten up.
Be that as it may, I'm still confused.
Oh, right. Because I'm old as shit. How about this? This jog your memory?
Track star? Holy shit.
Yeah,
Aww.
Why are you accepting hugs from old men you don't know?
Aww.
Hey, they call me Chase around here, so keep it,
Sure, right. Yeah, Chase.
It's been what, 10, 15 years?
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I reached out to this little pissant when his dad passed. Then he got to ducking me like he owed me money.
I was in a weird place.
I understand, kid. It was tough on all of us, so I can't imagine what you went through.
Oh.
Yeah, so what's up? You gonna tell me why you look like Black Einstein?
Sorry. I never noticed.
Fucker. It's the powers. I can move 50 times faster than the average person, but I didn't realize until it was too late. And I was aging 50 times faster when I used my powers.
Oh.
Nowadays, I'm moving slower than frozen piss to keep the old ticker from popping on me.
I had no idea. I'm so sorry, Chase.
Hey, if I feel another ounce of pity from you, I'll
that's
run
sad.
you over in a parking lot and say it was an accident. They'll believe me because it looks like I'm wearing diapers.
So I guess this means you're the one person I can't complain to about losing my suit.
You better not. I would resurrect and re-kill your fucking father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
Jesus,
What the fuck?
Wow.
What? Obviously, I'd let Robert have one last I love you before I extinguished the light from his eyes.
Is he always like this?
Yes, actually.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right, enough of this feeling shit. Let's introduce you to your team of losers.
That's crazy.
Now, if I'm being honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvement soon, the whole program will be scrapped.
Cool. No pressure.
Sonar here was a Harvard graduate who
will
Sonar,
not shut the fuck up about being a Harvard graduate.
A decent name,
who also
but I don't think for a
orchestrated
Batman.
some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in U.S. history.
Also, sometimes he transforms into a fucking bat monster that would eat you ass first after he emptied your pension plan.
Okay, so I'm just saying, Chase kind of feels like they wish they got Keith David.
Flambe, he
Controls the fire and the flame, and his skin does not burn.
Right, you met him. Didn't you ever run in with him years back?
I did. Yeah.
So you know he's a certifiable dickhead.
Invisigal, who you met. Turned herself in a few months ago and entered the program on the condition we didn't ask questions.
That's a little suspicious, no?
Suspicious? Really? Of a criminal that turns invisible and doesn't like to answer questions? What tipped you off, Sherlock?
Here we have coupé, which I recently learned is a French ballet term that means to cut, hence the knives.
That's very clever.
Terrible.
Yeah, but
Well,
it sounds dumb to say,
not the
so
worst
everybody
name,
calls
but
her
yeah.
Coop. She was an assassin for the mob, then went independent.
Coop is kind of a better
Punch
name.
up.
Carnival's strongman who made a deal with a sorceress. She gave him the strength of 10 men. His muscles grew, but his body shrunk.
He's got all the charm and brains of a greasy bowling ball.
Okay.
Malevola. Terrifying. She's got a magic sword, and she creates portals that allow her to teleport.
Somehow she's still late for every fucking meeting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does it on purpose. That's Golem. He is a construct.
A construct?
Yeah. Bunch of dirt and mud made sentient with magic. I think he's lonely.
It's Clayface.
Prism, Michigan born and raised. Her power is weird. She weaponizes light rays or some shit. A lot of this stuff is a guess.
Why is she dressed like a pop star?
She's actually super talented.
Okay. Oh, you can see there. Oh, he's different powers based on his form. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Wait, so the Z team, my team, their Phoenix program?
That is correct.
Your own motley crew of dangerous fuck-ups.
We're not looking for miracles, but we'd love one if we could get it. Can you show him his desk?
Sure. What's that arm squeeze about?
You want one? Here.
Fuck off. This is you. Pretty sparse, but feel free to decorate.
This computer's older than you look. Wait, so we're doing this? I haven't even met the team yet.
We did the slideshow.
First of all, that wasn't a slideshow.
Look, we like to start slow. Most people don't make it past the first dispatch. And this is better for everybody's safety.
What do you mean, safety?
You'll be fine. And this here is our little slice of the Southland. Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Exactly. Now put your headset on and introduce yourself to these pricks.
Oh.
Hey, team. This is your dispatcher, Robert Robertson. I'm starting my first shift.
Tell me that's not your real first name, bitch. You can't be this shook on your first day. Come on.
Can we clear the channel, please? There's a lot of overlapping on this.
I saw him in his underwear.
Who? Roberto's son?
I saw him in his underwear.
He back in mine.
No, but he's got a lot of bruises, which I'm into.
Again, please clear the channel.
Get it, your email.
Shut the fuck up. Let me remind you, these calls are fucking recorded for training fucking purposes. So keep the fucking line clear before we send your stupid fucking asses back to whatever fucking cell we pulled your stupid fucking asses out of.
Damn, dude, at some point the cursing gets obsessed, like, excessive, dog. Oh, we got something here.
My son's balloon is stuck in a tree. Can you send someone?
Okay, somebody has to be able to climb. So mobility. You would think the dude that's a bat would have fucking mobility. No. No. Oh, Coop. Coop can fly. Coop.
Okay.
Get out there.
Balloon is not the best application of my talents.
Yes, but it's what we got to do
tell
for
me
right
what it
now.
Off the books assassinations.
I will take that under consideration.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting a hero for important event. Very high profile ribbon cutting at Van Gogh. Send someone that will make SDN look good. So we want good charisma. Punch Up has good charisma. Prism has great charisma. Prism, that's on you, baby.
I'll take Wednesday.
Tuesday.
What?
Dibs on Monday.
What are you guys talking about?
We're taking bets on when you'll quit.
Friday?
Today's Friday.
I know.
See how we did here? 72%? Oh, don't make the child cry.
I mean, that could have gone a lot worse.
Okay, I understand the issue with that one. Oh, what is this?
Oh my god! A pipe of Deus breaks shit everywhere!
Hack. Okay. How do I hack? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, it's this. Yeah. No, I'm perfect at this.
That's right. Let's see if I can do this. Still got it.
Nailed it. Fight at crypto now.
Get these idiots out of my bar before they destroy it. And don't send the flaming asshole.
Do you know who we saw in the bar last night? Mecha
Her.
Man.
And he kicked
Two heroes are fighting each other at crypto
Okay,
night.
okay. That
Break
little
up
shit
the
did
brawl
not
diplomatically if possible.
You did though.
Yeah,
So
I think I heard about
diplomatically.
No, you didn't. Because it didn't happen, Bob. So we're all going to shut up about it. Yeah? Okay.
So him.
Yeah.
Her.
Yeah, okay.
I used to punch bums on that corner.
How did I do on this one?
Makes you wonder if the best days are behind us.
Okay. I didn't do bad. Okay.
What's this guy even famous for? Seemed like a loser to me.
Laugh all
Retrieve
you want.
stolen-
Someday, my subconscious will live on in a chip.
Boat robbery and
Your
parts of the yacht.
subconscious
Pursue the thieves,
will be
return the
dead.
boat in one piece.
Cringe.
Okay. Shit. Okay, sonar. You know what? Let's give it some time and see if Coop... I feel like Coop is good for this one. So let's see if Coop can't rest before we do this one. Disrupted? These idiots are fighting over the name. Fight, man. Let's try giving them a new names instead. Maybe solve this. Badass sounding names. Don't... Badass sounding names. Okay. Nailed it.
The Duelist and the Brawler. Those names are better than they have any right to be.
Fucking nailed it. All right, I think Coop is the best for the stolen boat.
So what was your read on this Mecha Man guy?
Washed up, drinking alone. A robot guy without his robot, I guess.
So, just a guy?
Hear that, Flambe? You got your ass kicked by just a guy.
All of you, shut the fuck up.
Maybe don't be such assholes to me. Where's he going? What is he doing?
Fire at a local park has gotten out of control.
Did you start that fire?
No.
The fire that's burning 2 blocks from where
someone
you're
durable.
standing. You didn't start that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on break, so how could I know?
Flambe, stop fucking around. I've got enough
Why do I
problems.
feel like
without you
she
making
should
new
be good
ones.
against fire? Let's try Gollum.
Hey, someone's robbing the museum. I don't know what you do, man.
Security systems have been taken over by the robbers, motion sensors, and avoid motion sensors. So we're gonna send them
Fine, I'm going.
and them.
Sure.
Get out of here. How did I do on this one? 63, not the greatest. Ooh, the boat sunk. Oh, shit.
Denny the Bone Zone Diaz here. Today's topic is all about SDN hiring criminals to protect us.
Let's try her again.
Fucker said I was pregnant. Hell no.
How should we get around the sensors? Hacking the system, weave through the sensors, power through the sensors. Hack. I'll hack into it. Don't worry. I got this shit. I got you, fam. Oh shit, I have a time limit. Am I nailing this? Am I nailing this, chat? Am I like so good at this?
Hey, it's me again, Galen. Blazer told me to show you the ropes, so here we... Hey, a hero ranked up. Good job.
Oh, okay. Upgrades.
Every rank
tab.
up earns skill points. Use them for increasing stats.
Oh, let's increase.
Use the plus icon next to a stat to spend a skill point.
Well, let's increase mobility. Okay, like that.
Okay, what's going on with sonar?
Oh, that, yeah. He kind of randomly turns into a monster sometimes.
Randomly.
We are working on controlling it.
Oh shit. Fires out of control. How should we stop the spread? Use a hose. Like what the fuck? Oh shit, I should use his body. Here, their stats are decreased by 1. If an hero gets hurt again, they'll become down. Oh no, I fucked up.
We've encountered these thieves before.
Okay, I need somebody who's smart. So it'd be good intellect. She's not dumb.
Graceful, but deadly.
My calls are 2 slots. Coop gains 1 combat if placed in the first slot and 1 mobility if placed in the second. Okay.
I'm going
Whatever, you guys
Your
go.
sword is magnificent. Does it have a name?
Yeah, it's
exquisite.
I think I'm doing so bad. Let's hope I'm not doing terrible. Okay, 65. I'll take 65. Fuck!
Next.
Shit. Oh, I'm terrible at this. I might be so bad at this game. We got 100. Okay, we're back on track. Okay, 1 skill point for her. We're gonna go intellect. That's it for my skill points, right? Yeah.
Hey, Bobby. Here, William Vanderstink needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? Been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
Some situation you can only choose 1 solution. Send literally anyone else on sonar as security. What is it?
I'm a high-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
Try navigating.
We're going to
between
need you to
calls.
protect Mr. Vanderstank from the Vanderstanker fan club.
Okay.
Consider it done.
I can't do it. I need you in the field. Sorry.
That's like a real bummer, man.
Track and encourage. I wish it would tell me what these go to here. So track down the pickpocket and bring him and encourage him to turn his life around. So I'm assuming encourage is going to be charisma and track is going to be maybe intellect. All these guys are kind of terrible at this. Okay, let's just
On
try.
it.
let's
I
try
remember
her.
my first pickpocket. Good times. Didn't get caught. Trust me, I can handle this a lot faster on my own.
Hideout well guarded, stealth, and use of surrounding. Fuck. Okay, we need to wait for her to come back, preferably quickly. It's not gonna happen. God damn it. Okay.
Almost
Thankfully.
feels unfair.
Jesus.
Almost.
Okay, she gets a skill point. Let's do. Oh, she has decent charisma, so let's up her intellect so that she becomes a intellect charisma powerhouse. He has good charisma and good vigor. Let's in combat. Let's also give him some more in combat.
Flames are spreading to the houses. We need to evacuate.
Evacuate the homes. Rescue anyone trapped. So let's do 1.
Swift as the night.
And 2.
Sharp as my knife.
And then the stolen art.
It's just cut me a deal, okay?
Let's just do these 2 and pray.
How long was the last dispatcher here?
2 days.
They caught the kid, but we have no
How the
idea what
fuck
to do
did
with the
that
12-year-old
happen?
three.
I set the
Give him a
scar on
pep talk.
fire. Yeah. Very flammable. He is old.
Shouldn't have given him a pep talk.
Fuck, that's on me.
Yeah, I know. I'm not great. There's a lot of thieves in the hideout. How should we the team approach? Capture the thieves, protect the art. Protect the art. Oh, that was defense. Okay. Nope, nice. Great. Good job, team. Holy shit. So let's give you some intellect. And let's give you some combat.
Half man, half bat,
all freak.
There's a family trapped inside the home. We need to rescue them. Convince them to take a leap of faith. Lead a path to circumvent fame. Walk through the flames. Walk through the flames, bro. There we go. Nice.
Grannies, I got this.
Hold up. Aren't you banned?
Yeah, and I gotta get unbanned.
Okay.
Still on the clock, so okay. Can I get ice down here, please?
What does that mean?
She's asking for a tap-in. We got access to security cams of SDN subscribers all over our territory.
Wow, really? Is that legal?
Don't ask questions. Just always make sure to read the fine print.
I didn't do this.
Right, I feel like you've said that a lot in your life. What happened?
This is how I found the place. The old guy, who I assume is Granny, was laying here when I walked in. Hey, what's your favorite donut?
Look, can you just focus? What, you got ADHD or something?
Yes, fucker. Is it that obvious?
Yes, fucker, it is.
Well, then answer the question. I don't want to sit here and fixate on it when we're supposed to be doing
Playing
whatever,
Glaze.
superhero shit.
Just a plain-ass glazed donut. You happy?
Not as happy as you with that glaze all over you, huh? Slap that donut around on your face a little before you put it in your mouth, huh?
Yep, you got me. I love gobbling on hot, sloppy donuts. Love them from my mouth to my butt. How's it going? First date. Thanks for asking me that, so you could get all your funny jokes out. Now, can we maybe address the body in the room? What are you doing? You gonna poke it with a stick?
Check his pulse.
Granny's alive. Thank Christ. I didn't want to have to lip this guy. So, can I go now?
No, this isn't
A wellness check. It's a B&E. Let's figure out the perp is still there.
perp, B&E.
Okay, Lieutenant. Fuck, I can't think of a character from a cop show.
Cool. Well, why don't you stay put and work on that while I get another camera up online?
She's my least favorite. The worst of the lot.
That surprises me. You guys got similar energy. How do I switch cameras?
Just click the side here and you can cycle all the cameras in the building.
It's weird getting tech advice from an old person.
Bro, I'm not even 40 yet.
Weird hearing bro from an old person.
Dan. Lieutenant Dan? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am the legless Vietnam vet from Forrest Gump. Sick burn. Am I doing something wrong? Pushing that button just says access denied.
Ah, damn it. Sometimes people add extra security. They don't understand it just makes it harder for us to do our job.
Hey, what's taking so long? Are you sleeping or something, or are you just bad at your job?
Oh, more hacking. Shit, almost fucked that one.
Why does a donut shop even need extra security?
Hello?
Ugh.
This node represents a code to use later. Remember it.
Up, down.
This node has an unknown code. Find the key.
I figured it out.
All right, what do we got here?
Perp, B&E. Who are you, Lieutenant Dan?
Hey, shut up for a sec. You're not alone. He's coming your way, armed. You need to disappear.
Why are you whispering, you idiot? You're in my ear.
No, no!
God damn it. This bitch is a gusher.
Be careful.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan. Never mind. Got any more great advice?
Disappear!
I didn't miss that. I almost did.
Shit. son of a bitch! Invisigo, just hold him off while I find a way to help. I can use the overhead sprinklers to short out his blaster. Come on, come on, come on. Got him.
Up, down. Okay. Oh, shit. We gotta figure out the other one. Oh, fuck. Wait, what the fuck? What am I supposed to be doing? Oh, there it is. So it's up, down, left, 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 up. Woo! Didn't think I was gonna make that.
Granny, I don't think you know how to use that thing, so why don't you—
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, I'm one of the good guys.
You? Yeah, right. Don't fuck with me, okay? Nobody fucks Granny! Nobody fucks with Granny!
Invisigal, stay calm.
Great fucking advice, Lieutenant Dan.
Granny doesn't even know how to shoot that thing. Take out the thief first. He's the only one with his finger on the trigger.
You know what? It's my life on the line.
I'm done listening to you. That thing's gonna blow that man's arm off, and there's a whole building with me in it. Fuck off. I'm disarming the device.
No, Invisigal, that's a direct order.
Fuck.
You idiot. You dumb bitch.
Invisigal, you there? Come in, Invisigal.
Fuck, this guy's heavy. Granny's clearly a fan of his own work. Oh, I really wasn't expecting to see that. He's kind of caked up. So where's the prep, Lieutenant?
I think he must have had something else to do, because he left.
I mean, this is why you have insurance, right?
Jesus Christ, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
This feels like a win to me.
That was pretty good for first day. Sometimes people, you know, get electrical burns.
She disobeyed a direct order.
Well, that's the problem. This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers. They're fucking supervillains. Look, why don't you take a breather? We can debrief with Blazer in a bit. Here, there's vending machines in the break room. You look like you could use a snack.
Are you sure you're not actually 80 years old?
Son, SDN pharmacy item, 1 random point. Okay. Oh, okay, nice. Oh, choose one here to receive mobility skill upgrade. And he needs it bad. Well, let's keep upgrading the people that we've been giving it to.
Hey. Ah, shit. What kind of superhero flinches? I
didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
If you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too.
What makes you think my life has been any different? You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
Yeah, well, I guess you should do a better job picking your friends.
What the fuck?
You can't just go around. Ow! Why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking why he keeps screaming?
She was just explaining your, you know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy's weird.
Yeah, he is. Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean
Didn't
to
go
interrupt you,
well.
little snack. What do you need a pre-chew like a little baby bird, bitch?
Look at me. You disobeyed a direct order. How can you think it went well? You trashed the place. The suspect got away. You got the client hurt. You think when that guy signed up for SDN that it'd result in the back of his ballsack getting scorched? Because they don't mention that in the commercials.
First of all, the place was trashed when I got there. Second, I'm sure Granny would take some crispy nuts over losing his arm. As far as the bad guy, fuck, shit happens.
Fact of the matter is that shit didn't need to happen. We could have had an outcome where the client doesn't get fried and we get the perp if you had just fucking listened to me. If you ask for help, then I can... What now? I make the calls, not you.
Here's some advice. You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You were a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built. Now you're a twitchy little bitch turtle without a shell. A real hero puts their ass on the line. A real hero can't just press a button and make their problems disappear.
The suit isn't what made me a superhero. It was how I did my fucking job that made me Mecha Man. Based on what I saw today, you wouldn't last a day as Mecha Man. Because there isn't a mech suit in the universe that'll keep you from being a selfish fucking asshole.
That felt harsh. Like harsher than I wanted it to be.
Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What happened to your nose?
There we go.
You have a tissue hanging from your nose, Robert. I was trying to ignore it, but that became impossible when it started soaking in blood.
Visigal punched me in the face, but I asked for it.
Robert, this is serious.
It's not. I asked for it.
Okay, there's nothing you could have said that warrants her hitting you.
Would it be any different if I said I literally asked for her to hit me in the face, and then she did it?
I suppose.
Okay, then let's go with that.
We're here to assess Robert's first shift, and aside from whatever happened here, I thought it was pretty good.
What?
Told you, Robbie.
I was watching on the monitor. The work you did dispatching. I don't think the Z-Team has ever had a better shift than that.
We just might need to confront the fact that it might be the best they can do. Especially the way the Granny thing went.
Yeah, now the Granny situation, that wasn't ideal. But I've seen so much worse with Invisigal.
Let's be real. She ain't gonna make it.
She's difficult to work with, sure. But I see a lot of promise in her. Really. Even the other Z-Teamers respect her.
They're afraid of her.
I should have done better. Maybe a couple wires got crossed toward the end there. I could have been a little more clear with her.
You crossed 0 wires, okay? She crossed them for you.
Look, Robert, you should be proud. The bar is very low with this group.
Well, it's not low for me. Look, I like to make a joke and keep things light as much as the next person. But when it comes to work, I'm not fucking around here. If you want the Phoenix program to survive, the bar needs to go up.
And how would we do that?
By treating the Z-Team like what they are, a bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a different approach than a superhero team. I need to be around them. I need them to see I'm all in, and they need to match that energy.
Some tough love.
The only kind I know. And based on what I've seen, the only version they'll respond to.
Dude, this game is great. I'm so locked in.
They won't. I'm not saying it won't get spicy. It will. But when it does, I also need you to trust me to handle it. I don't want you stepping in. They need to respect me, even if I don't have powers.
Okay, we'll do it your way. Monday, we'll get them in a room and introduce them to their new supervillain leader.
I can't promise it'll work. I can only promise that I'll do my best.
No fucking way it's gonna work, but it'll be way more fun to watch.
Chase, Some optimism, please.
God damn it. Yeah, I also promise to do my best.
Hey, kid.
God damn, I like this game.
What are you doing?
Yeah, no. I did this. It's weird because I saw this lady, smiling lady, person put a donut on your desk previously, and it was nicely on a napkin. But then she comes back and she just crazy,
she was mad at me.
Evil mode and smashed the same donut.
What a mess.
We'll clean it.
Maybe I should have been nicer to her.
No, yes. See, I'm SDN's newest. He
Hero?
Helpful janitor.
Okay. Cool.
So it's my pleasure, and it's my job, which you helped me get. So thank you so much.
Happy to help.
It's Friday. I'm not gonna ask. You headed out?
Oh, yeah. Great. Thanks, kid.
Welcome to the team, Waterboy.
Yeah, welcome to you. You too.
I like Waterboy.
Hey.
I take it back.
I want you to know us fixing your suit is not contingent on you fixing the Z-team. I wouldn't do that to you.
That's good to know.
But don't worry about that. I'm just really glad you're here, Robert. I think we're going to do some great things together.
Fuck it.
Hey, so do you want to grab dinner or something? It's dinner time, so I assume that maybe,
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's a little awkward to mention, but since the other night,
Blonde blazer.
Oh, she's in a relationship. Fuck you. Isn't that's gonna be what it is.
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend, Phenomenon. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what did you talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking people that.
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand. I apologize. How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength?
Why are you talking about me like I'm not here? Oh, what an
It
asshole.
was a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us. I'm sure they could accommodate one more, especially a special occasion like this.
Oh, that sounds great, but I spoil my appetite eating sweets all day.
A shame. Another time, then?
No.
For sure.
No. I'm gonna go after somebody who is not in a fucking relationship.
He flies a little
Robert
faster.
Robertson don't chase. Robert Robertson
Very
gets
nice to meet you,
chased.
Third Robert Robertson.
A pleasure was...
Now, could you step back? The power of my launch has been known to stun small beings.
Oh my god, what an asshole!
Phenomenal.
I'ma show you how to make a pound cake.
Why did this go so hard? What the fuck? Alright, well, it's been real, guys. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, tomorrow. Bye.